And here we go. Good evening, everybody. Let's see what we can do tonight. Man, streaming is really a muscle. If you don't use it for a while, you do not feel at ease anymore. Let's see. This I can turn off. Hey there. How are you, Ricardo? I need to do some admin because we're going to have a few people on stream later on. Mm. What's up, Stanny Man? Not much. Just extremely busy ahead of leaving at the end of the month. So yeah, trying to fit this stream in the middle of all of that. Because hopefully, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to be happening this evening, and I haven't really been keeping up to date with much of it. So that's why I'm going to need some help. So we're going to have Rota, always a good time to have him on. We're going to have Otilia, who is also here later in the evening on the Berlin election stream night. If you remember, that was a good chat. I think Gray is coming on. I'm actually not 100% sure. Let me check with Gray. I mean, the stream was your idea, Gray. So I just took it as granted that that you were probably gonna come on. And I also got a reply from Tryon, who's always a blast when he's on stream. So yep, we are going to be just accepted the invite. I already did send the link. Wait a second. Cool. Yeah, I believe, I mean, I don't think the elections were your idea, but I believe you suggested the stream because I was on a stream hiatus. Anyway, yeah, I do need to get a few things ready and then we are good to go. Although it's going to be a couple of hours before any news comes in because, yeah, election results haven't really been in yet. Have I heard anything about the comment Pedro Sanchez made? No, but we will look at that. Okay, let me finish some admin stuff. Cool. Boom. Edit channel permissions. Okay. I will join this right away in case someone wants to join. What else do I need to do? I'm here. Let's do a pop out. And we'll have this here for later. Wait, why is that not making any noise? It should make noise. We'll see. And for some reason, my Discord doesn't show my camera anymore. Let's try to fix that. So these should be the settings, video, USB. No, this is what I want. Test video, yes. Does that mean this is working here now? Why is this not showing my camera? Okay, now it's working. Long time no see. Yeah, busy doing a lot of things. Okay, so let's open a few tabs here. So we want Portugal election. We could look at polls, I guess. The first headline I'm seeing. Portuguese vote in election unlikely to yield stable government. Good to know. I haven't been keeping up to date with any of this yet, so we're going to be learning a lot tonight. The last I looked at Portuguese elections, Portuguese politics, were for the election stream we did like a year ago or something. That was expected. Yeah, well, it's kind of the curse of parliamentary systems is very few of them have stable governments. Okay, let's open opinion polls and let's open do we have like a live updates? Live updates. Let's go with, I don't know, France 24 should have decent-ish live updates. So boom, boom. Okay, so that's number one. I guess I can do this on screen. Oops. We have these. We'll look at those in a second. Then we have Romania election polls. We'll just open this. And we are on the second day here. Yeah, we'll look at that later. Oh wait, this is giving me all of them. Okay, cool. So we just need the polls for the Poland election polls. Boom. No, this is parliamentary election. Presidential election. Okay. Okay, and then we're just gonna start the stream with Pedro Sanchez. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. News. Okay, I understand why this is I understand why this had some reactions. Let's see. I'm shocked by how few of these, like, okay, this is clearly an Arab website. Israeli RFI is RFI German? No, it's French. Oh yeah, of course. Radio France International. Israeli, this is Turkish, were very involved in the region as well, obviously. Like, I'm surprised by how few of these are Western media headlines. Like, usually you look at news headlines in the news tab and you're gonna get Reuters, you're gonna get all of those. It's skipping all the big ones to give you straight to. Yeah, it looks like this is from 2 weeks ago. This is not that. This is not that. Like, it looks like none of the big websites have reported on it yet, or it's just not popping up in the results. Some reaction is an understatement. Yeah, I can imagine. But I mean, good, because there was an interview of Macron a few days ago where he was asked if he was willing to use the word genocide, and like he's been increasingly critical of Israeli actions. I feel like there's been quite a turn in recent weeks when it comes to Israel, with even like the New York Times posted an opinion column. What was it? New York Times opinion: Israel is not our ally. By Thomas Friedman, which is a pretty big deal considering it's the New York Times, and the New York Times has been quite despicable on this. If you've watched my latest reel on the like Instagram video slash YouTube shorts on the situation in Gaza, you will understand what I mean by the New York Times has been garbage on the issue of Palestine, especially in the last couple of years. But yeah, no, the fact that world leaders are starting to use the word genocide without being ashamed of it is good. When Macron was talking about it the other day, he was like tiptoeing around it a lot of the time, and then saying, "Look, it's not my job as a head of states to be using the word, because that would have implications in terms of our actions." Which is, yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, yeah, maybe your actions should also follow that. It's kind of ridiculous, like the way Merz, the new German chancellor, is said that if Netanyahu visited Germany, even though Germany, as a member of the ICC, has an obligation to arrest anyone that has an ICC arrest warrant against them, like Netanyahu, Merz said, no, if Netanyahu wants to visit Germany, we'll find a way not to arrest him, which is that's kind of not the point of, like, that's the exact opposite of the point of the ICC. Like, if you want to leave the ICC, just say it. Let's just say that you don't care about international law anymore. But yeah, so it feels like there's a bit of a change in recent weeks, which should have happened months ago, if not years ago, if not forever. Spanish PM calls Israel genocidal state, sparking anger from foreign ministry. Scientific Commission said that if Germany doesn't arrest Netanyahu, they wouldn't just be in contrary to international law, but the Constitution. I mean, yeah, but like, when you have the US, which again, the US caring about international law and the quote rules-based international order has always been a charade, but when you have that as a when the US is like doesn't even pretend to care about the rules-based international order anymore, that kind of opens the door to every other country, including ones that are like supposedly critical of the US, to have a lot more, let's say, flexibility on this issue. If, like, for example, the US has always been the country that says, like, anyone who hurts an American anywhere in the world is going to have to deal with, like, it is going to, like, we are going to do everything we can to hold them accountable, except when it's Israel. When it's Israel, and Shireen Abu Akleh was an American citizen, she was killed. The U.S. knew that she was killed by an IDF soldier who could see that she was wearing a press vest. That was the conclusion of their own investigation. And then the politicians forced the investigators to change the conclusion of their own investigation so that they didn't have to do anything about it. The IDF, like the many other Americans have been killed in Israel, whether they were like activists who were trying to prevent, who were protesting the occupation of the West Bank, stuff like that. Israel is the only country that can get away with killing an American citizen and the U.S. not giving a shit, even under supposedly people who cared about the rules-based international order like the Biden administration, but it was always a joke. But now they don't even pretend to care about that anymore. Like that is the veneer of self-importance about that issue is like completely gone. So no country needs to pretend to care at all. I'd consider the language carefully. It's on the government led by Bibi, but the moment he's gone, then be roses and rainbows in Israel. I mean, yeah, it's kind of what I'm afraid with on with Trump, which is the last time Trump was in office. Wait, let me do this. Wait a second. Let me, yeah, move this around a bit. Boom, get this out of the way. Now I can open this again, and this again, and this. And have the chats be a little bit more readable like this. And if we can get rid of the ad, perfect. No more ad. Okay. So yeah, the last time Trump was in office, there had started to be a movement of, okay, we can't really count on the US anymore. There was like Merkel had made a quote of had made a statement of we can no longer count on the US to lead the free world or something like that. And as soon as Trump was no longer in office, it was like, problem solved. We don't need to worry about that anymore. Like the U.S. is back to normal, and you know, none of the consequences of the U.S. electing a would-be dictator, someone who would have become a dictator if he could have, were really taken seriously because, well, it was a one-time thing, and he got voted out after one term in office, and so the U.S. is never going to go in that direction again. We don't need to worry about that anymore. And then Trump gets reelected, and all of a sudden, everyone's hair is on fire, and like, oh my God, we didn't prepare for this. Like, we don't have anything. Like, we can't sever our ties with the U.S. Like, we can't start to like severing ties in terms of like, it's not like they're going to close embassies, but everyone in the world is so incredibly dependent on the U.S. for like security and economics and everything that what's the expression? The U.S. sneezes and Europe catches a cold. It should have been clear during the first Trump term that the U.S. was not in a healthy place, and that every other country, including close U.S. allies, should have had very strong contingency plans to be, to be able to insulate themselves from the U.S. a long time ago. And they didn't, and the result of that is now we are pretty much fucked. And the U.S., like Trump imposing rules on stuff like pharmaceuticals, that could force us to pay like 10 times more for our meds the way the US pays for meds, is going to be a problem. And it's going to affect all of us until we start to put in place stuff that insulates us from them. And that, we need to have completely independent supply lines for everything that doesn't depend on the US, basically. So that's going to be fun. Central banks all around the world have been de-dollarizing for the last decade at least. I mean, that's the trend with the euro has been a long-term one, but yeah, and it just needs to happen faster. Militarily, it needs to happen a lot faster. That's the big one, is militarily. Did you see what the Telegram guy said? We will look at what the Telegram guy said too then. But yeah, no, like even if Trump leaves office at the end of his term, which is not a guarantee, and even if Democrats win again in 4 years, which is definitely not a guarantee, I don't think things should ever go back to normal, ever. Like, things cannot go back to normal. We just have to accept that the US is now an unstable country, that we don't want to have to deal with their instability, and we need to be super careful about that. Anyway, so Spain's envoy is summoned for reprimand. Italian PM calls Gaza blockade unjustifiable. That's good. Germany's Merz stresses famine must be averted. I mean, sure, but they've been saying things like this for a long time. Specifically Germany. Like, this is, Gaza is the only issue where I'll give Meloni props, is that she's been among the most vocal European leaders. Like, in Europe, you have, I think, they're not part of the EU, but Norway has been good. Ireland has definitely been good. France has kind of been doing the, critical, but also not doing anything about it, just like strong words and nothing else. And Meloni has been like among the more critical ones. Spain has been pretty decent as well. But obviously he's the first head of state to use this big G word. And needs to continue. The reality of the situation has been clear for a long time, and to be fair, it's gotten a lot more clear in recent days. Like, now the mask is basically fully off. Why has Meloni been so supportive of Gaza? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I guess that, everyone is somewhat human, even politicians, even far-right politicians. So it's hard to look at what's happening in Gaza and, completely pretend that it doesn't bother you. And I guess this is one issue where, at least Meloni is on the right side of that. It could also be anti-Semitism. I have no idea. I'm not going to like read her mind on that. All I know is that at least she's been critical of Israel on the issue of Gaza, which is a good thing. So yeah, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez called Israel a genocidal state while speaking in the Spanish Parliament on Wednesday, saying that Madrid does not do business with such a country. Yes, this should be the general rule. The Israeli Foreign Ministry summoned the Spanish ambassador for a dressing down. Have fun, I guess. Anti-Semitism is what I think. LMAO, she's the head of FDI. I mean, yeah, like, it's possible. It's very possible. But yeah. Like, I'm assuming. What's the name of that? Apparently, he made his own party since then. But the Confederacia politician in peace who used a fire extinguisher to extinguish a Hanukkah display. I'm assuming he is also critical of Israel on the issue of Gaza. Probably not for the right reasons, though. Has he said anything about Gaza recently? Because the problem is, my guess would be he also hates Muslims, so he's probably in a weird position on this one where he's just like, they could all kill themselves as far as I'm concerned, is probably his position. My guess would be. Man, Polish names are just a keyboard smash. Like, how the hell am I supposed to pronounce? How the hell does one pronounce this? Thank you very much, Ms. President. To all you honorable members advocating here for the terrorist state of Israel, is this Brown saying that? To all you honorable members advocating here for the state of Israel, did you not hear the words of the Israeli leaders, generals, rabbis referring to Palestinians as non-humans, as animals? This is regular practice there, so the terrorist state of Israel is very dangerous, not only for Palestinians, but for us Europeans, normal, decent people. We should bring Mr. Netanyahu and his genocidal butchers to some Nuremberg 2.0. I hope we'll live to see this. Thank you very much. I mean, if this was coming from... Okay, the rhetoric is obviously really strong. It's one, calling it a terrorist state is a very strong rhetoric. It's even stronger, possibly stronger than genocidal state. Like, this is the kind of rhetoric that I would expect at a pro-Palestine protest. So coming from a politician, that is very, very strong language. In this exact speech, he also implied Arabs aren't normal. Yeah. I mean, it's the word normal is one of those words that means nothing and everything at the same time. It's kind of like, every time you're with your like either apolitical centrist or like conservative family, and you're like, well, what's the opposite of trans? Normal. What's the opposite of gay? Normal. And they're like, they just have normal as a word to mean like the mean average white person. The mean average cis het white, probably male, with no disabilities whatsoever, with no like neurotypical, like all the everything that is like you cannot have anything that goes out of the I guess like normal in the statistical sense could be a way to see it. Yeah, but anyway. AFD slogan, Germany but normal. Is that could actually be their slogan. I don't even know if that's a joke. Elon Musk saying I'm not cis, I'm normal. Yeah, well, again, that I don't even know if that's a real statement, but it absolutely could be. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez called for pressure on Israel to halt the massacre in Gaza. Good. Italy's government on Saturday also upped its exhortations to Israel to stop deadly militant strikes in Gaza, with Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani, I don't know how you pronounce J's in Italian, saying enough with the attacks. It's their slogan. Haven't I seen the posters? I've seen a lot of posters, but a lot of the posters that I've been looking at have the word brain migration on it, not Germany but normal. Pedro Sanchez is a guy who can read political environments, who can read a political environment really keenly, and I think he sees the wins very clearly with the public on Israel. I mean, I've seen Spain make some pretty strong statements, not this strong, obviously, but some pretty strong statements on Israel a year ago. Like around the time that I released my video, Spain was already among the most critical governments in Europe on the issue of Israel. So, but obviously, you would have expected, because the when I published this was February of 2023, and at the time the ICJ case had just started, and the ICJ initial ruling had just come out, saying that they were going to take the case, and that they were giving a number of there were 14 orders that Israel had to follow in order to gather, not destroy evidence and let humanitarian aid in and all of that. And you would have expected Israel to go to at least follow those motions, because those orders were like the bare minimum of please don't do a genocide. And they've been basically breaking all of them. And they've been continuously just like not giving a shit about any of that. And now they've been upping the ante ever since Trump was elected. And ever since Trump was basically saying, oh, yeah, we're going to cleanse the entirety of Gaza and we're going to throw all of the Palestinians out of Gaza, which is like literally using the term cleanse. What do you expect Israel to do? Like, they're getting the green light from the most powerful country in the world. They don't care anymore. There's not going to be any accountability from them. Okay, so it was the Arab League summit thing. Okay. Man, look at this room. That's cool. What do you think will happen regarding the Portuguese elections? It looks like it's gonna be AD is the like center right party, I believe. I'm 99% sure of that. And they're already gonna get roughly in the 30-ish percent. AD current government. So I skipped an election actually, because the last election, wait a second. No, the last election I paid attention, the PS government was in office and they were thrown out and replaced by AD, I think. And yeah, Chega is crazy far right. So Chega is like having a big uptick here, as we can see. I mean, a big. They're having an uptick ahead of the election. PS is going down. Obviously, these are, polling. This is polling, so this is not. We can look at the trend, but especially in recent years, polling has been increasingly unreliable. There's going to be a difference between what people say they're going to vote for and what people actually vote for in the ballot box. But it's going to be roughly this. And so, yeah, what it's going to result in is an unstable government. My understanding is these two are not going to work together, so it's going to be a minority government. And we're going to have more people on stream who can tell me what the likelihood of like what level of normalization has Chega had in recent years to the point where maybe the center right would be open to working with them is my main concern at the moment. But yeah, let me see if we can start getting people on stream. Oh, Tryon is here. Wait, your camera is sending at a low frame rate. I do not care. Okay, wait, give me a sec. Yes, but the desktop audio is not on yet. Give me a sec. Okay, desktop audio is on. Let me get this on screen. Boom.
I'm just trying to get my camera to work. Oh, hello. This is an inconvenient place for my broom to be. And let's try to get myself in frame. And of course, I have my political consultant here.
Oh, nice.
In his
Consultant.
doesn't want to be on stream view. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello. Okay,
Oh.
let me see what we can do regarding, yeah, something like this. No ads, please. I am going to be a little bit of a perfectionist, and I'm going to flip my background, my camera. No, not this camera.
Sorry, in the meantime, I'm watching chat. Chat. How low is my voice?
There you go.
Also upside down. Hi.
Now I should be backwards for you, but in the right direction for me.
Wait 1 second. I'm looking at the stream. I can sort of rotate so we can see each other, but I have to move my microphone around because apparently the stream doesn't hear me that well.
Yeah, I will raise your volume. Give me a sec. Filters. Oh yeah, that's why. Probably gonna be super loud now. Try speaking again.
Trying to speak again. Hopefully, we don't blow up anybody's eardrums.
Yeah, perfect. Now we should be good.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get my earphones out, so you're not bleeding into my microphone too much. And let me follow up with Rota. So we're gonna have Julian from EuropeLex. I don't know if he's still with EuropeLex, but the same commentator from EuropeLex who helped us through the last Portuguese election. We're gonna have Rota on stream. We're gonna have Attilia on stream. We already have Tryon on stream. I guess we're going to have Gray on stream. That would be really nice to have Gray if Gray wants to come on. Gray, would you like to come on for the entire evening, or do you just want to pop in for commenting on results when they come out? And there you are.
We're all coming together.
Wait, I might have to up the number of stream participants.
I will have to say we are so far 50-50 on disaster elections and non-disaster elections when we've been here together.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see in which way the trend starts going. Is it going to be a disaster today? Hello.
Hey, Gray, how are you?
Oh, hi. I'm doing fine. Today was work day.
I'm gonna have to raise your volume.
It's a Sunday.
Yes,
Quality job, I'm guessing.
extremely.
Fantastic.
I'm like, every time someone is like, oh, what are you doing for the holidays? I'm like, what are those?
What's a holiday?
Like, I work for I have the worst boss you can have, which is myself. Like, ethically speaking, no one is gonna treat you as bad as you treat yourself when you're doing something that you like doing.
Yeah, you can't even organize a union against yourself. It's
Yeah,
like who's gonna
Can
join the cats?
I
you
guess
can?
technically you can if you're like, DID or something like that, dissociative identity disorder. You can maybe try that, but yeah.
That.
I mean, you can still like write yourself. How much do you work? How many breaks? Holidays and so on. Like that's possible. I know people who were freelancers who did that.
I mean, good for them, but I couldn't.
Yeah, no, it's a
Look,
matter of like how much you want to get done versus how much time you have, and when you want to do the same things that you want to get done. Like, there's no one who's gonna put as much pressure on yourself as yourself, basically. Oh yeah, I wanted to check with Hunter.
I look. Well, I appreciate the first name basis. He has been trying to hide his name for a while now.
Oh shit, should I not?
I should
Rota
ask
Rota.
him, not me. You should ask him, not me.
Yeah.
Although I must say, I really appreciate the double video you guys made.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun to make.
To quote the comment my girlfriend left on it, my gay parents telling me why I should leave the fascist state is a very good description of that video.
Yeah, yeah, it
Uh,
is. It was a great video.
I mean, I will say I am subscribed to both of your Patreon. You can't even afford to film from different rooms. What is this?
That
More
was
people
kind of
should subscribe to
the point. Like,
Patreon.
we could film more things like that separately, but since I was visiting him in am I doxing him by saying where he lives? I'm not sure. I
No,
I,
well,
I think he
he
says
has
it.
said on
Yeah.
stream, but
So yeah, I
maybe
was
we should
visiting him
wait for him
in
to show up.
Brussels. Not gonna say the address. At least that that
That
would be
would be
doxing.
nice.
But yeah, no, that would we were like, okay, well, since I'm here, let's definitely do something.
Well, at this point, are you even afraid of doxing?
I need to move as soon as I can.
Should I be
Because
worried?
Hmm?
Should I be worried?
No, it's just like I haven't been particularly careful about hiding my current location because I figured what like in the second video that I made, there's like two things. I film myself having coffee outside of the coffee shop where I go almost every day, and you can see the coffee shop in the background very easily to find online. And I shot outside, like just like looking out my window, which is not a particularly identifiable location, but it could be. But that was like my second video that I released at the point where I had like 10 subscribers or something like that. The France video hadn't blown up yet, so I was like, I will worry about those kinds of issues when the channel gets big enough that I can
To
afford to
make
move
you
anywhere.
feel slightly better, because off stream you've already seen my ability to mostly track people down online.
Mm-hmm.
In back in the early days of your streaming, you accidentally showed your work email on stream, and I could not
I did.
resist the urge. Yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm.
Your work email was fully visible on stream, so I couldn't resist the urge, and I went to check what I can find. Did not find your address, so you got that
Nice.
going for you.
Yeah, I've been trying to be kind of
You have
careful,
that.
but yeah.
Oh well, as a general rule, like finding address and stuff like that, unless you publicize it some way, you should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like a rainbow isn't gonna look out of your window to try to track
Yeah,
you
yeah.
down for an
That's
ad.
but you know that there are AIs that are as good as he is at locating stuff based on a photo. So that's the thing. Like
No, no,
he's
that's a
done
marketing
no,
lie.
but he has
I
done tests against the AIs, and the AIs are as good as he is.
I guess I've missed that, but all the AIs who are like market themselves and stuff like that have all failed very rudimentary tests. But maybe he knows more than me. He should know more than me about
Yeah,
finding people.
the coffee shop is definitely
That is a giveaway. That is quite a
yeah.
giveaway.
It's
But
quite I'm not gonna say how far away it is from my apartment because that
you
would be
probably
stupid.
should change the conversation topic.
But yeah, it is quite out of my way to go to that one, so I'm not too worried about people like going there and then figuring out where I live
Look,
from
all I'm
there.
gonna say, if any Nazis can find where I am of this amazing view of a very weirdly cowardly edited out comic block behind me, go for it. See ya outside. you know?
I am not taking any chances.
No,
I
no, Grey
think.
has the
Me.
best security. All you can see is a kitchen somewhere. Yeah.
I mean, technically, it's my whole apartment.
Well, now you should not have said that because immediately we know you're somewhere in Western Europe. Because who the fuck rents out this amount of space as a co-apartment? Come on, man. Anyway, shall we talk about
Yeah. So what's the
what
deal
is
with
this like?
I
3 out of
think
27, 1/9.
Rota
Should we talk
Rota
about
should be
11%
joining
of Europe electing
soon-ish.
people?
So we're going to have wait. Let me follow up with the few people who are supposed to come on, because Rota should be joining probably soon.
And I'll hide my face for a second. You're totally not addicted to activities.
Ottilia is coming on after 8, which is also soon.
That is rather soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when Romania has election polls.
Romanian election polls should be out. They're the same time zone as Bulgaria, but do they close at 9 or 8 their time?
And then around 10:30, we'll have Julian on, but I think Rota was also talking to another Portuguese political commentator to come on as well. Okay, Rota's having dinner, so he'll come on later. Anyway,
That's also important.
so maybe Gray, you can give us an update on what's been happening in Poland since the last Barely Informed video, which was a year and a half ago. Yeah, almost
That's
exactly a year and a half
a
ago.
lot of time to cover. You
Yeah.
will have to be a little bit more specific.
I mean, okay, so my understanding, if I had to summarize the situation, although you have already come on stream since then to give another update in between, but my understanding is, just to summarize the video that I made, in late 2023, Peace had been in government for a long time, had been slowly dismantling um, everything in the country, had been slowly dismantling the institutions of democracy, and then um, they lost a pretty significant election in 2023, lost the government, didn't lose the presidency. That is possibly going to happen this month. We'll see.
No, this month, no.
I mean, well,
Second round
technically
is
it's
in
June 1st. Okay, it's not this month,
within
off by like
within a
24
month.
hours. Hmm? Sorry.
Within a month.
Yeah, within a month. Um, and the problem is that first of all, like my understanding is the civic coalition government wasn't able to keep many of its promises, and also found itself in a situation where it had most of its hands tied because of the damage done by peace, that they weren't able to like maneuver around the things that they wanted to do anyway. So they like took over control of the TV channels in a way that was quite authoritarian. They weren't able to restore kind of the independence of the courts either, because the judges that were put in place by peace are going to be there for a significant amount of time. And so yeah, there are no good like democratic means to fix the damage that was done. From your facial expression, my understanding is I'm not getting much of that right. So tell me where I'm wrong.
Okay, so the promises we can just put into a box and just set it
Forget about
aside,
them.
because
Yeah.
there are like two parts of the like civic coalition. Main thing is that they are conservative and they are liberal economically. So like the conservative things, like higher spending on defense. There are some stricter borders. Like those measures are going with bipartisan support from both the civic coalition and law and justice. Like they are able to cooperate. As me and who was it who was doing all the wonderful AI mathematics on that project?
Carolis, yeah.
Carolis, yes. Shown they are still like able to cooperate on matters that are important to both of them. Duda is signing those things into law. On the liberal front, they have hello.
Hey, Utilia's
On the
here.
liberal front,
Hi.
there have been like the biggest one was like lowering of the insurance rate for the small businesses that they passed through the parliament, but the president, I think, vetoed it after literally everyone was telling them this is a bad idea. But it had opposition from within the coalition as well. So, like, as far as promises go, hit or miss, they have to cooperate with a very large coalition. They are able to pass things even with the support of the opposition. As far as the courts go, however, now this is in completely opposite direction. It's one of the most underlying issues of a Polish political system right now that doesn't get talked about enough. The entire judiciary is basically split in two, and there were even like questions about whether these elections will be declared legitimate. And
These
yeah, this is
elections this month.
yeah, those elections that are happening right now,
Okay.
because of how they are being certified by judges who are approved by one side and not the other. And the problem is that it's kind of a zero-sum game for both of the parties, both the Civic Coalition and the Law and Justice, because they get to, like, if they win, they get to control the Polish state apparatus. They just get to decide everything, how the judiciary works. If they lose, the opposition is going to do that for them, and the only way this doesn't resolve in total massacre would be if they decided to sit down and cooperate, which neither of them wants to, because there's so much to win. Um, and yes, so I don't even think that this election will solve this issue long term.
Well, I
because
mean,
this is just
this
like
election is a presidential election anyway, so it's more of a it's more of a ceremonial
yes,
role.
like
Yeah.
one side or the other will be able to push their reforms and stack the judiciary their way, but 5 years come, new parliamentary election, new presidential election, this all can change and flip, and we will just be at the square zero again.
Okay. So and has Duda still been Pen, as his
I
nickname is?
like people call him that, but I personally never agreed with it.
Okay.
Like he is able to be autonomous when he wants. The problem is that he wants to be autonomous for like two cases that the piece already agrees with, which is to be homophobic and to be supporter of the army, which is like
Hell of a combo.
Yeah, that sounds
Average
like
Eastern
par
Europe
for the course.
behavior right there, though. Poland not beating the allegations is all I'm gonna say on that one.
Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the in the context of Polish politics, that sounds like it's the centrist position anyway.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask a bit of a clarifying question? Because it's like where currently the battles in Bulgaria and Romania are waged. Is the Polish prosecution office like essentially the places
Currently,
where what gets prosecuted and stuff like that, what goes to court? Are those being controlled by PiS, or have they able to get some independence back?
they used to be an independent thing, but the prosecution office was merged with the Minister of Justice by PiS. And
That sounds dodgy. Hello.
it is
Yeah.
dodgy.
Stream inspector coming on.
Stream inspector is on indeed.
Like there is also like the separate high court which deals with like crimes
Oh,
by
do you also
citizens.
have like a separation between your high court and constitutional court?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And the tribunal is, as far as I am aware, the single most independent, because most of those judges have been appointed a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
you got that going for you, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
yeah, it's gonna take some time to make any progress on that, if any is made anyway. So Attilia, what's the deal with what was the deal with the first round of the Romanian elections?
Well, I think we don't have much time until we have the exit polls coming out in like a
we
minute.
have 2 minutes. You got this.
I'm barely breathing here. I don't know if you noticed. I'm super nervous. This has been such a high stake election. The turnout rate is impressive. I will tell you more about it, but at this point, I'm concentrating on breathing. I got a glass of wine to try to ease this thing, but I'm
Yeah.
like,
I've already downed mine.
going nuts. I'm going nuts. I have a headphone in trying to listen to live news, because yeah, shaking. I'm literally shaking. No, I'm. So let's see.
It
Do you
has come
expect it
to
to
my
be
attention
Is
that
it expected
like
to be a tight election in the
Oh,
in the
yes.
second round? Because the far right got a huge victory in the first round.
Yeah. Oh, he had 3.8 million votes for himself, and we got the other sovereignist Trump guy who got 1.2. So
Mhm.
that makes it like almost, yeah, a good solid 5% for him. 5 million, sorry. And then if you combine the two pro-Western candidates, something's happening. Oh, people are cheering. Wait a second.
Which
Can
ones are
you?
cheering?
Nikushor Dan crowd is cheering. I'm on Euronews right now. If you're trying to on
Oh, you're
Euronews,
okay. I don't know if we can stream Euronews.
Sorry, no, but just
Yeah.
in case you want to see what I'm reacting to, it's the live stream from Euronews
Yeah,
Romania.
let me
I'm
refresh
waiting
the
for
France 24
the
page.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Gallup results because Gallup are usually most reliable in this part of the world.
Yeah. Well, we have they're going to be based on Course and Avantgarde, like the first two.
No.
So the
But
latest
anyway, we have
update
the national
from
countdown.
France 24 is 19 minutes ago in Poland.
Okay,
Poland
10
is
seconds.
somewhere
Okay, let's
else.
be back. Let's be back.
But all the Romanians I've talked to in the upcoming days are
We
expecting it to be
have
very.
them on. So, woo! It's 45 for Simeon and 54 for Nico
Whoa.
Jordan.
Whoa.
My
That's
God.
brilliant news.
Okay, so Simeon is the far right guy. So
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
a surprisingly not
is-
close at all. After all, that is incredible.
This is not what I did not see this coming. By the way, a quick moment to poke fun at Stan. Stop being Westerner. Simeon, not Simeon. Anyway, moving on.
Simeon is the accent on the O.
That's. You ask me to tell you where the accent on my native language is, I have no idea.
I need to process this and then
Okay, yeah.
thing is I knew when I said that I'm gonna be on this stream, I'm gonna get so emotional. I'm not gonna be able to like
We're here with you, okay? This is
Yeah.
why I proposed it, so that we can be together emotional.
Sorry, with these results, I'm expecting that O of Brussels was voting, like O of Brasov was voting.
So we haven't even done a big introduction on the Romanian election so far. Can you give us a rundown on who the two main candidates were in the runoff?
Let's go.
Okay, 1 second. I'm not gonna be the only. I'll be right back. You go with it.
Rewind, yes. So I'm gonna tell you, my friend. I'm gonna quote my friend on this, but it's such a romantic story, guys. It's just two guys who used to do like activism together, and then they grew separate in separate directions.
The two
to put-
Simeon and should I just say Dan? Is that his last
Yeah.
name? Okay.
Yes.
Dan.
Dan.
Dan and Simeon.
Damn. So no, but it's the most known out of the two of them is Jordan, who was an activist. He did found organization. He's an NGO guy for like he's a civil society person, and he's been fighting like against the real estate mafia, stuff like that, illegal evacuations and illegal constructions in Bucharest. He's the guy who's very passionate about
Evacuations.
evacuation. Yeah, of course. Oh, and the family is being compensated for, of course. But so yeah, and then the funny part is that Simeon was like he ran this campaign criticizing Nicu Jordan, but he's been part of the same organizations throughout the years, and there's plenty and plenty of pictures of them actually working together in the early days. So actually, they're cut from the same cloth, and then it's hilarious when he gets criticism for that. So that on one side we have this guy who's like a math PhD, civil society guy who is obsessed with Bucharest and slightly conservative, and he's the mayor of Bucharest. And then on the other side we have this guy who's like an opportunistic scum, if you ask me.
Okay.
Who started also like pretty grassroots, I guess, but then he's basically what he's associated with is basically like yeah, I don't even know. I don't think he even had a job. This guy, I think he just like ran from political favor to like a
Also,
fake.
I'm sorry, and I'm just gonna call him Simeon because I'm sorry, I'm terrible with Romanian last names.
Oh, it's good.
Wasn't his like family affiliated with the former Communist Party? That's at least what I've been told. At least no. Okay, so I've been debated. That is perfectly.
I don't know. No. And
I have Eastern European PTSD. I assume everybody is affiliated with the Communist Party.
The first presidential runoff where you could not really trace back any of the candidates to like a communist regime. Like
Well,
direct-
actually, congratulations on that. We haven't gotten there yet, so indeed.
That doesn't mean that these guys are not sponsored by people who are.
Come on. We all know how this one
Is a win. I actually have one very question because I have in the meantime checked the what's it called, the turnout of our presidential election, and it was the highest ever for first presidential round. How is it on your end? What was this?
It's also super high. So I looked at it. So for the first round of presidential elections, the annulled ones from last year, we had 52%. For the parliamentary elections, we had again 52%. I swear it's like the same people who are voting. And then for the first round of these presidential elections, who are not annulled, we had 53. So same people. And now we have, I don't know, let me see if we surpassed 65 or we're still at, no, it's final number is
Alpha Research says 66.2% voter turnout.
But just for context, for people, including myself, who are very unfamiliar with Romanian politics, so the Simeon's party is pretty much as far right as you can go. They're neo-legionaries, which is like, yeah, basically a completely neo-fascist party. I love the logo for, yeah, fascism in Romania. There's just there's like two different variants of a swastika in there.
Yeah. Or then,
Um,
or the
Come on,
fence.
it's a spicy hashtag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
spicy hashtag, yeah.
I've looked at this too much.
But
I don't know if you yeah. Go
on
for it.
the other end, you have Dan, who is an independent. So it's a little bit harder for me to like very clearly simply identify that his political leaning. Can you give me more context on him?
Yes. Yeah, because he's an independent now, but he's the founder of the the USR party. Voila,
Okay.
you knew the answer to the question. So, he was a civil society activist, let's say, in his youth years ago, and he founded this organization called Union for Save Bucharest Union, or
Okay.
Union Save Bucharest. That's the acronym.
Oh,
And this became the Union Save Romania after the 2014 protests against the mine exploitation. And then it also merged with another more progressive party, the party of the former Romanian Commissioner for Agriculture, basically. And that's how we got USR. So he was the founder of the USR party because it spawned from his local organization. Then we had a referendum in Romania to make LGBTIQ marriages even more illegal than they are, because they are currently
Even
legally
more
Romanian.
illegal.
no,
Yes.
it was turbo illegal. That passed, right? That was.
It didn't pass. That's the thing.
Oh.
They didn't make the threshold of attendance for it to pass.
Oh, that's what it
Do is to put in to write it in constitution that the family can only be formed from a woman and a man. So to make it like it's even impossible to just pass a law to have civil partnership or to have same-sex marriage. You now have to change the constitution, which of course is much harder to do. So they really wanted to make sure that we're never going to pass a law on this, or not in the foreseeable future.
Wasn't this in response to that lawsuit some time ago, which was trying to force every EU country to recognize marriages in other EU
No,
countries?
that came after.
Oh, okay.
This was a bit
So it
earlier.
wouldn't work because we already have that in our constitution, and we do respect that directive.
Wait, which directive?
The one that says you have to respect
Yeah.
gay marriage
Marriages abroad,
made
yes.
somewhere
Because
else.
at current times, Bulgaria is paying about like 20 millions every year in fines because it refuses to accept marriage certificates from other countries in the EU. As a particularly vindictive Bulgarian gay couple decided to sue the country, and then the country was like, "Ooh, we lost, but fuck you anyway. These taxpayer money, we are gonna waste them." Lovely times over here.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have Rota on stream.
Yes, hello, Roller.
Hello, everyone. I was making a post about the election. It is very exciting to see in these exit polls.
I'm shocked. I had already like a pre-written script in head to explain why the far right won in Romania, and I'm gonna I'm very happy that I can throw that one out and rewrite something for tomorrow morning.
On the downside, my joke, like I had one joke prepared for this context on stream. It took until 2010 until Bulgaria removed all the explosives we had placed on the bridges that connect Bulgaria and Romania over the Danube. That's until when we were ready to explode those bridges just in case. That's when we removed them. And the joke for like a year now is that we should put them back on. But I guess not. I guess we're going. I was ready to to commit to that line of joke, but no, we're fine.
No. Now we get to just make fun of George Simeon for the rest of time.
Or until next election.
Should we put him in the same basket as Kalin Georgescu and possibly chuck them into the Black Sea if the gods are generous?
I think that's a dangerous slope to. So here are my thoughts, and also, by the way, just wanted to finish the story that I started, because I think it's quite revealing for what Nicu Jordan's politics are. So I think he is a serious man who is very nerdy, and even in these debates, he was so technical and boring with some stuff. He really likes the technicalities. We're gonna be led by an absolute nerd, basically. But
Good
when
for
the time,
you.
yeah, I swear, when the time came to vote on this referendum about gay marriage, he decided to step down from the leadership of his own party because they wanted to position themselves against the referendum, like to boycott the referendum. And he was like, no, I'm homophobic. I don't stand for this. I'm going to get out. Now, he moderated a lot his speech on the topic. He even said that he might be supportive of a civil partnership now in the debates. However, of course, he's trying to appeal to everyone now when he's debating. But still, it's not like, people who voted for him, we don't put him on the pedestal. It's not like, we're gonna bow down to King Nikushor. But it's relieving for the fact that he's proven that he's not in this game to embezzle funds. He's not in this game. He wants to chase the sharks. He wants to chase away the corrupt people. So, and just because he's so nerdy and technical, like, I don't think he has it in his nature to like embezzle stuff. I think he would be like correct about that.
Oh, come on, it's Eastern Europe. He'll find a way.
I have
enough,
a
fair
very
enough.
important
but-
question, though.
He's giving hope, you know what I mean?
I understand and I appreciate your hope.
I have a question. The question that is on the mind of every single person who is not from Eastern Europe. The only question that they care about when it comes to Romanian politics is, what does this mean for Andrew Tate?
I don't think he already has a visa.
Yeah.
I already have a panic attack, dude. Like, do you want to?
Also, the Romanian president. I mean, no, he is the head of state. He can't just jail him. That's a good way to get me to support him.
To be honest, I don't know. No, he has not discussed this position. However, I can tell you, so one of the biggest criticisms that George Simeon has faced during this runoff is this case that people started debating, which is that in an Aur summer camp, which is, I guess, like an indoctrination camp that they do with the party, a 7-year-old girl has been raped by multiple men with severe injuries. And she was under the influence during the whole thing, and obviously she's now back in her I guess it's a small town or a village, and she's getting bullied now and victim blamed. And although these people are like senior people in the party, Simeon has been defending them and has been denying any accusations. He has not pursued these people to get to the bottom of the case. It's been basically written off, and these guys are they've escaped. So I think there's been quite a bit of public awareness on this kind of stories in Romania in the past days, and maybe that makes the public also a bit more sensitive to stories such as Andrew Tate, who has allegedly kidnapped women and forced them to do sex work.
Fun fact for you, honest opinion is a valid defense for defamation. So in my honest opinions, he is guilty.
Yeah. The thing is, in his honest opinion, he's guilty too, because like he's been very open about everything until the charges came.
Come on, Tilly, you didn't even say cheers, and I went acquire. When did an acquisition for you?
Because Raresh in chat is bringing up a different exit poll, apparently the journalist for Simeon's Media, whose name I cannot pronounce, is saying that it's 50-50 in the exit poll. How solid is the exit poll that we have that places Dan at basically 55%? It's basically a 55-45 split at the moment.
I mean, Curse Project is calling it 55-10, 45-9. And they're the Gallup people, so I'd say decently enough. Also, I don't know, Tilly, you have to comment on this. I don't know. In Bulgaria, we tend to not trust our election commissions when it comes to counting. Is there any chance that they miscount or deviate significantly from this?
So we tend to not trust the polls rather than the count. They've recounted votes actually. When was it for the It was for the first, I think, round of presidential elections in the elections that were
2 weeks ago.
no, the
Oh,
first round ones. Because they said, oh yeah, it was too close, and they recounted them, and then they figured out actually the difference was like a couple of hundred, so in the realm of human error, you know. And then they were like, okay, scrap that. We actually didn't want to recount them, basta. And then now we annul them. I think that was the story, you know. It was a criminal.
Look, we can forget about it. We can call it the Killing Georgescu incident and move on
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
what even was that? Well, according to like I'm looking at the Curse project people, they're saying that the possible margin of error is 2%.
Yeah.
So even
But
with a 2% margin of error, it should means that it Nicosaurus? Dinosaurus Dan is becoming the new Romanian president. I'm sorry, I'm bad at names.
I thought you were gonna make a joke and be like, is it Niku serious?
No, I don't know how to
Starting to love
pronounce
this
his
game,
name. For a person who knows double-digit Romanians, I should be
everyone,
better.
grab a pen. Let's do this. Grab a pen. Ni-
I can do better. Hold up.
We're
Nico
gonna get
serious,
to
Nico sure.
we're gonna get to Polish election, and then none of you are going to be able to pronounce it.
Fair
Yeah,
enough,
yeah.
fair enough.
Again, like Polish. It's funny because like when you hear how Polish is pronounced, it's actually not too hard to like reproduce the sounds, but they do not fit the way it's written at all. The way it's written just looks like I type, which is full of typos.
They fit well. It's just that our sounds are quite weird. We have a lot of like double. Oh,
I'm
light
ready.
bursting out.
Oh my god, are you ready phonetically?
Sure. Do I want me to write in Cyrillic or Latin? Let's go.
Oh my god, write it in Cyrillic.
Okay.
Niku, sure.
Nico Short. So that
Okay, it's just a C.
here?
Yes, and then it's not an O, it's a U.
Okay.
And then we don't have HSH. We just have an S with the French.
Oh, you
sign.
have your fancy S's.
The other way. It's at the bottom. It's like a CD.
Okay, so you're like the Polish. There you go. I hereby accuse you of Polishness.
No, the Polish would have at least 2 Z's in that.
Yes.
That name earlier today that you were so struggling to pronounce on stream is just Gregos. So I'm
Grzegorz.
sorry. Polish is
Grzegorz.
no
Yeah,
Grzegorz. I forget to do a J sound.
But
Polish
I'm
isn't that
sure
hard
it's
to
easy
pronounce,
to
you just have to
pronounce.
get used
It's
to it.
just that I get very confused when there's like 5 consonants in a row without
You're
any.
gonna love Georgia.
Also, you're doing yourself dirty with the Latin alphabet. As you can say, this is just Nikushor in Cyrillic, because in Cyrillic, what you see is what you write.
Okay.
Well,
So
except Russian, because Russians were never meant to use that language, but let's not worry about them right now. Anyway,
Anyway, so Rutte, what's
have I
up with you?
managed to clown enough? Let's be somewhat more serious.
Let's see what's up with me. Well, did you all see the kind of wild international affair that's going on where Simeon decided to start blaming the French government for his election loss ahead of time? And so a couple of hours ago, a bunch of the French embassies had to put out explicitly that they had not manipulated the election to make George Simeon lose the election. So I wonder if that's his move. If that's
Wait.
if he
So
loses,
we're
is
just
that-
blaming the French now?
What
Yeah.
does France have to do with Romanian elections?
I don't know.
So there are a few things to mention. So of course he's pulling the Trump technique of already coming out with rumors that there might be election fraud. Like, oh yeah, they just presume there will be election fraud. You know, horse crossing bro sort of a situation. To then be able to claim that the elections were rigged in case he loses. And then people were also saying like, yeah, we could expect some riots, you know. Then today, actually, I was just looking this up because I saw one of let's say, Russian interventions and Russian misinformation that was spread today in Romania. I saw one of them, and then the other one I heard about on Euronews, actually, just watching their stream before this. The first accounts are starting to go in on the governmental platform. So keep in mind that some people might still be voting. So the rule is that if you're in queue by 9 when the polling station closed, you can still vote because you were in the queue. But I assume it's 9:20. They might finish soon. But yeah,
Don't you have a hard cutoff? Because here, like if you're in 9 and 8, when hours close, you can vote. But if you're there by 10, it's a hard cutoff. Sorry, brother.
No, whoever, so whoever is at 9 in the queue, they vote. Whoever comes after, basta, so.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was one thing. The second there were two pieces of news. One was that on Telegram, they had this message circulate that the owner of Telegram was saying that some Western governments, not mentioning which, wanted Telegram to start blocking anti-Simeon messaging.
Oh yeah, that was the thing that someone asked me to check
And then
into.
the other rumor was that French soldiers, which we do have actually in Romania, they're based, I'm not sure exactly where, but we have French soldiers. Apparently, they are dressed up in a Romanian police uniform, and they're going to instigate violence in case there is a protest, in case people didn't vote for the right candidate, something like that. And then, of course, because Macron endorsed Nico Jordan, of course, then that's another reason to bring the French in this. Nico Jordan has a PhD in maths at the Sorbonne, so Simeon has been saying he's the man of the French, and I don't know.
but also the other day he was on French TV and he kind of embarrassed himself. Yeah. So I think there's a little bit of a petty angle to it also. He looked a bit foolish on French TV. And so now he's like, I hate French people.
Also, sorry, but don't Romanians really like the French? Hasn't that been a thing for a while now?
Yeah, we do.
Because,
Yeah, which is funny because in my experience, the French do not like Romanians.
No, look, it's just personal. Just because the Bulgarians really like the Germans. You have to put balance in the force.
Western Europe really hates Eastern Europe.
Yeah,
what's new?
In France, there's a lot of anti-Romanian racism because they see they basically think Romania should never have been allowed into the EU, and the fact that Romania is in the the Schengen zone and that Romanians are allowed to come to France is something that is seen as oh my god, we're having poor people. Basically, it's
they were able to come anyway.
Well, yeah,
but
that's the thing.
They only want France to be the EU.
That's the thing, yeah. So it's basically it was really funny because I had a comment the other day on comparing Singapore to European countries. Someone was calling Singapore a homogenous country. And I was like, yeah,
sure,
imagine thinking Singapore is homogenous. And the person replied saying, well, Singapore is almost entirely Asians, so it's homogenous. Well, yeah, but different kinds of Asians. He was it would be the equivalent of having only Europeans. But when Europe doesn't have people from Africa or the Middle East, they're already racist among themselves, so it's not it's so homogenous to have only Europeans in a country. Look at all the anti-Polish jokes in the UK. Look at all the huge anti-Romanian immigrant sentiment in France. They don't need people from other continents to be racist.
I spent 2 years.
It's a class thing. I think.
Yeah, but I spent 2 years teaching in a predominantly Roma school in my hometown, and there was different classes of Roma people hating being racist to each other to a degree that can shock a racist Bulgarian. So, no, I do not think the fact that we colonized Africa suddenly made us all racist. I think was a thing before, brother. Yep. We're just finding new excuses.
And the thing is, even when we're not talking about people from other countries, they love to pretend we're not racist against people from the same continents when we start to ignore the ones from different continents. But even if you ignore the people from different countries on the same continent, people are racist to people from their own country from different parts of the country. Look at Italians, northern Italians with regard to Sicilians are super racist towards Sicilians. This is just a dynamic that you see again and again and again. You change the scale and you racism is like a fractal object that you can always find racism regardless of what scale you look at it. So yeah.
May I introduce you to the island of Britain, whose entire history was fighting other people on the island of Britain?
Good point, yeah.
And we define ourselves by not being each other.
Which makes it even funnier when you look at the far right live streams that were happening at the same time as the riots last year in the UK, where they were like, yeah, no, but we just want British for Britons, you know, and it's like, yeah, but you're racist against each other anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Like, you're gonna find ways to hate each other no matter what.
I'm sorry, I have a very stupid Reform Party story. Because most people on this stream...
That's every Reform Party story.
No, this is a particularly insane one. Because you are neither Bulgarian nor care about football, there is a Bulgarian footballer called Stilian Petrov, which was the captain of our national team and was all around like a decent person, great player. And he retired in the UK because he played there most of his life and, you know, got cancer, had to retire. His son ran as a candidate for like local council in somewhere in bumfuck in the UK as a member of the Reform Party. His son, who has a Bulgarian citizenship and is for all intents and purposes Bulgarian, that person ran as a member of the Reform Party and then got racism for being Bulgarian. So I don't know, man. I don't think
Wait.
like oh yeah, no. Rote found the story. We found somebody who knows something about this, I believe.
Wait, what is this
Wait, I
extra
want to show you this
screen
photo.
that just came?
of-
Oh, are you doing
This is yeah. This
Yeah,
is
I
the
want to show you this amazing photo of this
Oh.
the coolest voter in Bucharest.
Nice.
This legend.
I mean, it was really funny for me to look at photos of Australia's election, and you had just everyone clearly coming from the beach, like, you know, voting in their flip flops and their bathing
Yeah, but they
suits.
have to.
They have to mandatory voting.
Yeah, it's the mandatory voting uniform.
But you know, you get a hot dog. So that's the tradition. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
I'm not joking.
wasn't
I'm not
there
making this one up, guys.
a law that was passed in the U.S. where you're not allowed to give people who are waiting in line to vote water in
Yes.
certain states or
Yep.
something like that?
Yep, no food, no water.
that's
Yeah,
election
that's crazy
tampering
stuff.
apparently.
And it's like the same with like there are some European countries where giving anything to a migrant is like basically making you guilty of like human trafficking because you're aiding and abetting like the illegal immigration or something like that. There's some crazy laws with regards to like just
Didn't know about
basic
that, but
decency.
sounds terrifying.
I mean,
But-
the Baltics and Polish Minister of Defense, like collectively, the four countries wanted to get out of a convention preventing deployment of anti-personnel mine to use anti-personnel mines against refugees on their borders.
Jesus, are we talking about refugees
Bosnia
coming
behavior.
from Russia, like the whole?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like that is the border.
Poland also, because I'm assuming that treaty, like that move didn't happen. Like they weren't allowed to use anti-personnel mines on refugees.
I think it's still up in the air.
But Poland actually passed a law allowing its soldiers at the
Yes.
Belarusian border to shoot migrants on sight.
Yep.
Which is like crazy stuff.
I think it was like it came after some altercation between like the migrants and the soldiers, and the entire question was basically, okay, do we prefer to kill the migrants or have our soldiers possibly killed? And they said, yeah, we just are going to shoot them
Wait,
because Poland is super into its military.
is this a real account? George Simeon apparently tweeted, "I am the new president of Romania." And it looks like it's a real account.
Go on the hell site. Let's see.
Oh my god. I do not speak Romanian, unfortunately. Otilia, you're muted if you're talking to us.
Oh yeah, I was saying I kind of want to, because I'm hearing something in my headphone, but I'm not getting everything. And there was something about some criticism about Simeon on TV right now, so I'm kind of tempted to like log off for a second to hear his speech and then come back.
He
again,
did
but-
actually
Sure.
post that.
What? He
Go
did
for it.
actually post that, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I am the new president of
Okay.
Romania. I don't think you are, George.
I have 55% of your country who disagree.
He's doing the corona thing, I swear to God. Stop prematurely champagning, I swear.
By the way, Rota, very fancy lighting situation you have going on there.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Stan, for bringing along the lighting. I'd like to thank everyone who's watching. Stan provided me my light, which effectively makes him God. They don't make the rules.
Let
That's
there
how
be
Genesis
light.
worked.
Yeah, Rota was electrocuted by his old light setup, and so he said, "Let there be light," and I brought him a light when I went there.
Yep, it's a true story. And I know this is like a hard pivot, definition, whatever, vibes wise, but I have to share this with you all. I'm gonna share one more image. So this is a website for the democracy sausage that shows you everywhere you can get a democracy sausage in the entire continent of Australia.
The democracy
And it's
sausage, I
also
love it.
broken down to what else you can get there, like if they have vegetarian or vegan options or cake, or if you can get bacon and eggs.
But
And
wait,
this
the democracy sausage, please
for
enlighten.
voting. After you
Okay.
vote, you get them.
in Australia,
Oh.
this is the tradition. You get a democracy sausage because they have mandatory voting, so now they have democracy sausage.
I'm
This
sorry.
This is the highest form of democracy.
Yeah, Australia has reached enlightened democracy. We should all learn from them.
Very important question, just because it's the internet. What happens if you type democracy sausage on Pornhub?
No, no.
I'm just gonna mute myself and check that. Be right back.
Maybe turn your camera off as well.
Why, you gonna see something in the reflection on my fucking window?
Yes.
Like,
Your
Okay,
window
fine.
is reflecting your screen.
I'm not gonna pull up that Romanian election site.
For anyone tuning into the stream right now, I would like to say that the tweets that we have up on screen does not reflect reality.
That we know of just yet.
Yeah.
Why can't they just concede like normal people?
Because this is what they do. They're gonna try and even do some fucking like low rent January 6th nonsense. I mean, every
It's-
single candidate in every election does this now.
It's
Don't
crazy how
hate
quickly
it.
it became the standard. It's the new standard is just for every right-wing candidate to always do the election denialism.
because right wingers don't run an ideological platform because they don't want to ever lose there.
Our
Also,
election
by the way,
cycle. Oh,
the
I was just gonna
search was
say
disappointing.
Oh.
Go ahead.
In
Rafa.
Australia? No. But I was saying, like, our election cycles run faster than our court systems can handle the massive case of insurrectionists. That's like the reality of it. And like the thing is, it's like, yeah, there might be like a 4 or 5 year gap between national elections, but they'll just run in every single election, so they're never out of the news cycle. And this is like what we're seeing right now in the UK. Like Nigel Farage every 6 months is like nonstop in the news now, and even between that. So it's just like it's exhausting. They know how to play the game, and they're really good at it.
And
And they
if
know
you-
that they can run in elections and then also try to overthrow the government.
if you're talking about like the courts are not able to like are like running slower than the election cycles, like the US is the perfect example of that, where Trump was facing was 94 criminal counts. And to be fair, that wasn't
yeah.
just a matter of the courts. It was also a matter of
Yeah.
like the Justice Department being deliberately and incredibly stupidly slow at
I've
charging him with
already
anything.
forgot his name, but their attorney general was like, "Oh,
Merrick Garland.
we
did-
shouldn't,
was-
yeah, we shouldn't charge him because it's political."
Yeah, like
It's like-
probably the like that will be in the history books as one of the main decisions that doomed U.S.
I
democracy.
mean, this is
basically.
this is absolutely. We should call this the Marine Le Pen defense of, "Ooh, I can't be a crime. People like me," which is like a terrible fucking defense because
I'm too popular to be a criminal.
No,
They
but
can't
the
lock me up
That's
because
the
people
AFD
love
defense
me.
as well.
No, but it's specifically terrible because the exact defense is I'm a politician. You can't pursue me for crimes. At which point I'm gonna go become a candidate for like I don't know something in my hometown and go rob the national bank. Can I do that, please? Does this count? Clarify, please.
And any
It's
criticism of that is seen as a political attack. It's just the
just,
standard.
I am
everywhere.
suppressing Marine Le Pen's free speech as I would like to suppress her wallpaper, but nobody has provided it to me yet. But I will never stop reminding everybody I demand Marine Le Pen's wallpapers.
There was Damn it! What was I gonna say? Yeah, it was funny to me when I posted my first video on French politics, and one of the main lines of defense of the national rally at the time was, how dare you call them far right? They're supported by a third of the country. And it's like, what does that have to do with anything? How does that even? I don't
We are
even
doing
understand
some
what
weird
your point is.
proportions here. By the way, because in 25 minutes we have to deal with whatever the hell is going on in Portugal. Utilia, anything interesting going on in Romania this time?
I'm
Apart
just
from
listening to, no, I'm just listening to Simeon's speech. So basically, both candidates claim victory now. And to be honest, I understand why, because they're looking at different exit polls. They're choosing to believe different exit polls. So until we have the final countdown, we're not going to know exactly. So that explains the tweet. The tweet is basically his first sentence of his speech.
Okay.
So he's claiming victory, and he says that people are still queuing. They should all be let vote, and then
Is there any chance that that's a good faith argument, or
No. I think he's like, because he has people in the street, right? So like he's probably. I mean, he doesn't look as happy. Like if you look at the two candidates, the one who's cheering is Nico Jordan. He kind of like, he's not happy. Like there's no way you can pretend. You're saying you won the election, but nobody around you is like cheering and opening champagne and like, it's.
okay?
It sounds a bit like a plan,
Any results from the Polish election yet?
Not for another
No,
25
they're
minutes.
voting still.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're when are we expecting the exit polls in Poland to come out?
I mean, like 10 to 15 minutes
Okay.
after the election is the usual rate. I don't know, maybe this time it will be faster.
Okay,
So
so
we need to pick a station from which we will be getting the information, because
Well, do you know which one is trustworthy, or is this a Bulgarian situation where they're all untrustworthy, just in different ways?
it's like you need to take an average.
an average. Okay.
I will do the Bulgaria Romania joke one last time because I don't see a better moment. But I will say, Utilia, that every time I hear Romanian talking about your politics, it's just the same shit here. The thing that got me is the Save Bucharest thing. Because currently Rote probably knows, but everybody else doesn't know. Bulgaria is in like a complete turmoil, and including the public transport people for our capital are all on strike. We are now in the process of figuring out if the strike is manufactured or they actually underpaid. It's good times, good times. We don't union member over here doesn't know if we should trust the union. Is the state of Bulgaria. But yeah, we have a pretty prominent politician who is likely to run for president next year, who is the current leader of a political organization called Save Sofia. Because we're
there we
just
go.
the same country speaking two different
Are they like-
languages. It's
they
just the
neoliberal?
same shit.
If they're neoliberal, anti-corruption, and
Yes.
what they stand on human rights, then
Yes,
good.
yes, he's also a massive nerd and really likes bikes. So I guess if Nico Jordan likes bikes, we're in the same boat.
I don't know if he likes bikes particularly. But he likes.
Well, we have to differentiate a little bit somehow, you know.
Yeah, no, but Nico Sor apparently has been compared to the mayor of Warsaw. So, because yeah.
And
We're
slowly,
the Romanian and Polish elections, like it's fate, guys. We go together.
Sure. Let's do a heart.
Wait.
You are not aligned on my screen on the chat. So.
not even remotely. No.
Wait, maybe I can move you around. No, I can't. No, I can't. Sorry. Does not work.
And for what it's worth, the pro-peace news station, which is associated with ECR, this is associated with ECR, who are very supporting of Aura and Simeon, they called the election for Nico Shor.
Okay, so we got that. I mean, Bulgarian TV called it for Nico Shor immediately, but they're just quoting Alpha Research, who are quoting the Kerr project. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
love
they're
that.
so currently for counting, we're at 50.3 for Simeon and 49.7 for
Do
Nicușordan.
we know what percentage of votes have been counted?
Yes, 38.51.
That's pretty representative, unless they've been counting only Bucharest, you know?
No, usually
Not
Bucharest
of course
is the
much.
last one because it has the most
Yeah.
sections, the more. So the turnout in Bucharest and the county around it was over 75%, which is huge. And that's like in Romania, it's a bit like Austria, where like you have the progressive like capital, and then the rest is like conservative mayhem with like a couple of clusters, in like big university cities and something. But usually, like if you see a high turnout for Bucharest and the region, these are like there are a lot of votes, and they're like good votes. I mean, they're votes on our side, let's say. So I'm optimistic.
If the capital vote, the liberals win.
Yeah.
No, well, look, in Bulgaria, we've managed to achieve like next level political disorder where the capital is the same situation as Bucharest. We have two other major cities, which are Varna and Plovdiv, which is the same situation. And then the more east you go, the more towards the Black Sea you go, the more the vote is pro-Russia. So it's like some sort of proximity situation going on that we cannot explain. To the
Yeah.
point that there is a particular village on the Black Sea that's organizing militias at this point because they're that pro-Russia. Now they got raided by the internal security service last week because they were like, "Why do you have a militia?"
Oh my God.
No.
This is like organized.
That's an entirely different situation that I will have to kidnap the entire stream to explain it because it's related to a political party that's also a Ponzi scheme. So let's know. That is
I
not
love
worth
it.
the.
Oh, I love when they do like political. Of course, because they have to
No.
launch crypto stuff if they launch a party.
No, it's not. They made like a type of a amusement park. They call it historical park, and we're like, this is going to be like the Louvre of Bulgaria. And like, I'm sorry to bother you, Bulgaria already has two Louvres. We didn't need a third. Noted anyway. And turns out they're funding this entire thing where they're making shitty recreations of like medieval stuff and calling it like Bulgarian history stuff, but there is a specific distinct way. Well,
Yeah. What's
You want
the
some fake history? Romania's got fake history. Let me tell you about Dacia, my man.
please go.
I would like to hit you with the Principality of Moldova, but no, the entire point is that they're building fake castles, and the Ponzi scheme element is that they're getting people to give them money, but they're not just getting like random citizens to give them money. They're like pretending it's financial advice, where like if you invest in this project now, we'll have 1 billion tourists in a week, and you'll make your money back with insane return rates, like 20% return rate, which doesn't happen. So people give them money, they pay them back for 3 months, and then they fund their political campaign for whatever they're running with the less. And
Yeah.
we're in like a fucking daisy chain of lawsuits at the moment. But their defense is like, we are literally the lowest party in parliament. We have immunity, is their defense.
This is gonna sound judgmental, but maybe a crypto scheme might have been easier.
It would have. Like, no, the worst bit is that they're building this like fake castle in there. And the stupidest thing about it is like medieval Bulgarian castles have a very specific look to it because we're the country in the mountains. Like everything in Bulgaria is in a goddamn mountain. You struggle not to find the mountain. So our castles aren't like what you see as a castle. It's a sloped thing. And they're just building a medieval like French castle or a British one in there. It's like, and slap the big ass modern day Bulgaria logo on it. And I'm like,
Yeah, so your castles are basically like ours, which are like fortresses, essentially.
yes, like
thick walls,
I've
not
been to
insane
the
towers, and
yeah,
they're
I've
like
been to the recreation of the Dracula castles, and first of all, those fucking hallways are way too tiny for somebody my size. So
but
fuck
that's
that.
not a recreation. It's the
It's
summer
an
house
actual.
of the former
Oh,
queen.
yeah, but that's what our castles look like. They're always on a hill somewhere, like sloped to one side because it's like up towards it. There's a spot for the river to go through because it's in Bulgaria. There's always a river, but like it's not what you all think of a castle. It's a specific fortress type of thing. We don't have
Yeah.
normal castles because what do we need those for?
No, exactly. If you're curious, if you want to see like the actual castle that Vlad the Impaler might have used, it's like 2 hours away from the one that you visited, and it's a fortress. Like
Dude,
you have on the hill, you have to climb up there. It's nothing fancy. There's no tower. It's like basically, I mean, it hasn't. There's not.
the Romanian tourism board hasn't paid me, but if you want to have a nice vacation in Romania, just go to Brasov. Like, honest, was fun, was reasonably priced.
Hey, it's my hometown. I will shout from the rooftops.
She is. I worked with some organizations from there. And somebody will tell you that there is too much Roma people in there, but no. If you're from this part of the world, it's fine. You're used to this.
But wait, okay, I have an issue with the way you quantify it. Like, what's too much Roma people? Like,
I don't know. I just keep running into people telling me this all my life. Like,
we start saying too much. Like, that's oh god, that's so
no, you have to understand that people keep telling me this all my life. I am from the town that famously has a lot of Roma people. There's too much Roma people there. I know there wasn't. I now like moved to a neighborhood in the capital where there is some Roma people. People are like, there's too many Roma people, and I'm like, no, there isn't. It's fine. Like you were just scared of something, and I don't know, but like I'm guaranteeing you that somebody will say it because they told it to me 3 times when I
You
was
know
about
what?
to go to Brasov.
Like, say you're racist.
Especially-
Like, what's too much? Like, what's too much? Like, okay, like 200 per like, capita is bad. It's okay, but like 201 already is too much. So like, just like, what's this argument?
Speaking of anti-Sinti sentiments, it's also circling back to earlier conversation from a couple of days ago about how Portugal is in Eastern Europe.
Portugal is an Eastern European country. We are
Yes.
convinced.
Chega has been running on anti-Roma sentiments
shit.
in Portugal.
Of course, because
You can see both Eastern Europeans slumping in our chairs to this statement. I guess it should say Balkans, but like, oh, I'm so done with this shit.
Yeah, because
Me-
Portugal has a higher than average for an Western European country population of Roma and Sinti. So there is racism towards them.
No,
Wait a
but you
second,
don't
what?
understand. If you were all Europeans, nobody would be racist. You know, that was the point earlier. Or is somebody gonna pull the shit that like Roma people are like were Indians 1,000 years ago, so we have to be racist towards them or something?
Harris is pointing
They-
out
they-
something amazing. I just have to interject
What?
here. In the tweet by Simeon saying I'm the new president of, and then he put the flag. He didn't put the flag of
Please
Romania. He
put-
put the flag of
Yeah,
Chad.
please put the flag of Chad. Yes.
no.
Poor Chad.
It's-
No. Yeah, of course, because I mean, he probably wrote it super fast, right? So it was the first flag he saw.
Which, to be
Aren't
fair,
flags
looks very similar, but
But
Or
guys,
it-
Aren't
it-
flags
it-
sorted alphabetically though?
you know, how'd you make that mistake?
Why did you scroll through? Just type in Romania and then it changes it to a flag.
Yeah, but when you use your phone like this, I'm sorry.
I mean, we are assuming that A, he can use the phone, and B, that was him, but
Yeah, it probably came up first, and they just.
Simeon's a
picked it.
poser. He's not even a real nationalist. He doesn't
That's
even know
right.
what the flag is, bro.
no, he's actually a Chadian nationalist.
That's not
big
alpha
sis.
energy.
Also, to be fair, they are literally the same flags.
No, it's a difference of the tinting into colors.
I'm not sure it is. Because
I
I'm
think the
pretty
hex
sure
codes are slightly different, maybe.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
I had this stupid argument with people before.
Like, not
I
that
know,
it
I've been
matters,
present
but
to
it's
that
just
argument.
extremely funny. Because, hey, at the end of the day, we haven't looked at the exit polls in Chad. Maybe Simeon is the new president of Chad.
I doubt it because I would heard about it.
Yeah.
We would have heard about it. Yeah. Let's look at news in Chad and see if there's any news on
Oh, somebody kidnapped Utilia.
that. They got her. The Romanian
It was
diaspora got
Simeon
her.
himself.
Man, that is an efficient government.
Oh,
You messing up.
we were just wondering if Simeon managed to get you this quick, but no.
I've been attacked by the Russians.
No.
No, I was trying to close some tabs. I closed the bad one.
So I have to say, I really love this Romanian vote counting website. It gives you like this crazy demographic breakdown, like this
Yeah.
this Presento one.
Please do
Crazy.
send us a link.
Yeah, hold on. I'll put it in
Modern
our little,
country.
it's in our little chat.
It has a dark mode as well, guys. It's like epic.
Wait,
You
where's
live
the
in
dark mode?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh
So-
yeah, look at that! Huh?
Did you send that in the like special stream Discord thing?
It's
Yep.
in the special stream Discord
Cool. Let
chat.
me open that. Let me add that on screen.
I will also bring it into.
This is the weirdest verifying you're a human thing
I
I've
put it
ever
in
seen.
the Twitch chat as well.
No, I got it. I got
But
it.
I was gonna ask, where did you see this Chad thing? Like, what's the source for it? Was it where?
Harris
No.
was
You
pointing
can
it
just
out, and
Google
then
the flags, they're
I just
different.
like copied the flag into another app, and it gave me the flag of Chad.
Fair enough. No, it's true. Okay.
Like the thing is,
I
once you
need
see
to like
it, you can't
save this
unsee
tweet
it.
before it gets archived or something. Before it gets
I
deleted.
just want to know how you make that mistake. Like, I need to go sit him down and be like, explain.
Because they are
that's
sorted
more effort.
alphabetically, it would came up first when you scroll.
I am pretty sure Angola's flag is gonna come out first.
No. Like
I-
first when reference to Romanian one.
I got it. I'm just like, what a fucking row. I'm assuming that this is actually just Romania's official election poll site, no?
Yeah.
I'm wondering now if the flag in Simeon's,
That's exactly what I was checking.
because he has two flags in his
This
game.
is
Imagine if it's Chad and Andorra.
no. This is like the left-wing version of a transvestigation. We are checking the flags, check if it's the precise flag. Do not worry about what it looks like. Do not worry how it's interpreted. Check the flag.
but it's much more funny.
Okay, so the first one is definitely
And much
Romania.
much less harmful. I would like to point out.
The harm level's very low.
Unless, some Romanian nationalist decides that Nikishor has committed a treason.
Wait, why is this
But-
flag?
but
he also
it
has the flag of
strong
Moldova there. Does that
hyper-specific
make sense
Reddit energy.
politically with Simeon?
Our is like Romanian unions, so they want.
Yeah,
like,
our is the
solutions
name of their
together.
party.
Otilia, he has the Romanian flag, then George Simeon, and then the Moldovan flag.
Yes, because the original platform of the party was that they're going to be the party that's going to create a union between Romania and Moldova.
So that's
Since
why. Okay,
then-
because the flags do
then-
look alike, so it
Same
could have been a
flag.
mistake. But they do not
Yeah.
want a union with Chad. Just double checking.
No.
Okay.
As far as we know at this time.
No, but it's been a bit weird because during the campaign and the debates, he's like also saying that the very limited debates. But he's been also saying that he wants to like stop helping Moldova, like stop sending aid, like they would not help Moldova if there was a direct Russian invasion of Moldova. Like he doesn't want to give arms. So like, and also by the way, he is persona non grata in Moldova. He's not allowed to enter in Moldova and in Ukraine. So like,
Good.
Oh, it's so nice, Simeon and Shore, just like that.
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Mm,
Maybe,
look,
I never thought of this, but what if he runs to Israel now that he lost the elections?
for fuck's sake.
I was about to say, like, what country is he about to pop up in? That was my first thought in my head.
Because I think Netanyahu endorsed him, no?
If I so much smell him
There you
coming
go.
over here, I am blowing up them bridges, both of them.
I
No, but I
love
think
that.
you have a former minister who, like, I think that's in Bulgaria, I think.
I love that
we have a
Netanyahu,
minister that's banned from Macedonia.
Netanyahu
that's
had
on-
an event against anti-Semitism where he invited the leaders of every single far-right party in Europe, which is amazing.
And then the event failed because, of course.
Well, see, the trick is if you put all the anti-Semites in the same room, you're able to contain it for just a little bit. Unfortunately, they have to go home.
God.
Look, Israel is good at blowing stuff up these days. Maybe that was the plan. Also, the Bulgarian government sanctioned Israel yesterday. Well, we are demanding reparations, to be precise.
Oh, wow.
The Israel shot a Bulgarian citizen in Gaza who was like being part of an aid mission. The Bulgarian government was like, "Oh, we don't know if they did it. We have no idea." And then somebody found video, as it always happens after Israel lied about it, as it always happens. And for like decades now, every time you touch a Bulgarian citizen, the Bulgarian government throws a tantrum and a half due to a certain situation in Libya 30 years ago. So they were like, "Oh no, we're about to break a precedent." And then there was a protest, and they were like, "Fine, we'll ask them for like 10 million. Would you all forgive us?" And We'll see
Which
if they
use
pay.
the permission to pay the fine for not recognizing LGBTIQ families.
Sorry, probably yes. I mean,
Obviously.
all of this is really idiotic because Bulgaria has recognized Palestine as a country for 50 years. So
Yeah,
maybe
Romanians
we
are.
should
What?
stick to our convictions. I just off the top of my head. And again,
but
I have
It
mentioned
means
this on
nothing in
stream.
modern. It means nothing in modern.
It doesn't. Also,
Both of
like
our
you
countries
know,
have recognized Palestine for complete other reasons back in the day.
yes,
No?
of course, because we were part of the Warsaw Pact. Also, I should mention that, like I've said this before on stream, I can't prove it, but most Bulgarian like manufactured guns are sold to Hezbollah. So,
Yeah.
like, it's an open secret. Not that I can pull the receipt, but
No, or to Israel directly. We said the same with Romania.
well, no. Usually, we sell them to Israel and then sell them to Hezbollah. At least that's the official story. Do with that information what you will. We will chat. I don't. I have no evidence, strictly speaking.
Rote is shocked.
Yeah.
I am reading this Bulgarian Libya nurse affair thing.
Oh, why would you read that now? No,
What
no.
the hell? I'm sorry, my brain is like melting in my skull.
Look, Libya really didn't want to pay back like 20 billion of debt, so they were like, "We have a new plan."
So tell us what
TLDR, Bulgaria was collaborating a lot with Libya during communist times. We were sending them people. They were sending us like oil. I'm guessing. I don't fucking know. Eventually, they had a massive debt of about 20 billion, and we stopped being communist. Although, look, let's not worry about that little bit. And like the Libyans were like, we're not paying you back. And then Bulgaria sent some submarines to fuck around, and the French were like, nah, chill the fuck out. Everybody chill the fuck out. Because every time Bulgaria tries to do some bullshit, the French have to come in to save the day. And then it was like a 10-year affair of Libya torturing, arresting, and accusing these nurses and one doctor of spreading HIV through the country. And the Bulgarian government going, no, obviously not. Stop electrocuting my citizens. We will have to declare war on you eventually. And then the French paid Bulgaria the Libyan debt. And then Libya promised to pay the French back, and we got our citizens back. But as a general rule, Bulgaria throws tantrums now if you arrest our citizen, unless you're like on a special list, which is basically the EU, US, Canada, and Australia, and New Zealand maybe. But 5 years ago, a Bulgarian citizen got arrested in Singapore for having weed. The punishment for having weed in Singapore is death. So Bulgaria threw a massive tantrum, and we got him back. And then Bulgaria was like, we never found him with weed, so he goes free. So if they had broken that precedent because of Israel, people were quite mad that you would do that. Because the precedent.
The part that made my mouth open up is at the end, you have our favorite French main character, Nicolas Sarkozy, involved in using the Bulgarians as leverage in a nuclear trade arms deal. So this seems like a terrible thing.
Look,
oh my God.
It's Bulgaria. We find a way to get your money. Like, you were wrong. Everybody thought that like Eastern Europeans, we come and steal your wallets. We don't. That's too much effort. No, we get our country to steal the money from your country. Way easier, way more efficient. You know, nuclear trade deal. What's a nuclear trade deal? Never heard of that. Anyway, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break to go to the toilet before we deal with Portugal. Unless Roto wants to say something.
I was just gonna say, so we're about 2% over now between Dan and Simeon. None of this vote is breaking towards Simeon in the last few minutes. It is. We're 67% in.
That looks kind of Jova.
So let's see for the diaspora, because usually the diaspora would turn the vote towards the progressive candidate, but now it's not the case anymore. So actually, Simeon will get a lot of the vote from abroad. I think Nikushor was better at convincing people in the country, like the undecided people in the country, to vote for him, but in the diaspora I'm still not sure, so it could be a surprise. But the general thing is like we have a record turnout, especially for latest elections. So in the diaspora we had just under 1 million who voted last time in the first round, and now we're over 1.5 million, so that's already like we increased by 50%, right? And then in the country is like it's a lot more. So let's see, all those extra people, are there extra people pissed at the system voting for Simeon, or are there extra people pissed at the system voting for Nikushordan? There has been also an increase in countries where people don't usually go vote, and here I have you know, the feeling that it might be for Nikushor. I'm talking like countries like Canada, United States, stuff like that, where the distances between voting sections are big, so people have to travel. And we had a bunch of votes in Thailand and stuff like that, you know, so quite remote places. But yeah.
There were 250 votes or 250,000 votes alone in the UK.
Yeah, but but the UK is one of the biggest. I think now might be the biggest hub for our diaspora. So it's UK, Spain, Italy, and then and Germany as well, of course. And then the Netherlands, Belgium, and France that are really, really big.
Okay, I
Olivia
do have,
Olberg just joined the chat, people.
I do have exit polls for Poland. It's 30.8 Trzaskowski, 29.1 Nawrocki, 15.4 Mencen, 6.2 Braun, 5.2 Zandberg, 4.8 Hołownia. So this is
runoff.
So I would just like to say that Olivia Oberg, who's our pet fascist troll in
Resident
the chat,
Nazi bot.
it just said the fact that a few $1,000s from Russia canceled the first election is a joke, which is extremely funny because we have very strong suspicion that Olivia Oberg is a Russia-funded bot. Maybe not Russia-funded, but definitely a bot with a fake identity.
Is about like I can say with some confidence, but I have done some research into what the Olivier is and
What? Yeah,
wait 1 second.
The identity of Olivia Oberg is 100% a fake identity.
Hi Olivia, I know about your YouTube scam channel and like the other stuff. You forgot to unlink them, by the way. Just off the top of my head, like I know you're not Olivia, is what I'm trying to say here. So have fun with that information. Go wild. If you haven't managed to make any money from Russia, failure on your end. You should have cashed in when you could. Anyway. Sorry for this much trolling and like internet activity. You should be trying to get paid. I don't know. Like at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
No, tell
Yeah,
us about.
please, Poland situation.
Yeah. So as I said, we have two sets of election results. The one I said just before was for the government official sanctioned state news. I also looked at the other news, which actually had Adrian Zandberg at 4th place. Adrian Zandberg is from the left-wing party. So
Sorry,
it's like...
Can you just send a link in the Discord chat so I can put something on screen while you explain it?
Give me a second. Do you want the government or the pro-peace?
Up to you. Send both and I can maybe put both on screen.
This is actually streams.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is commonplace this part of the world.
Let's see if I can play this.
Do we have any data on voter turnout? What is that looking like?
It is the... Let me just tell you... 66.8.
No, I'm jealous of all of you. If Bulgaria manages to pull a 35% voter turnout, we should celebrate.
Let me just... where are you? Do you have it written down somewhere? No, of course they don't. Yeah, for Republika you will have only a stream, and for TVP, which is the state television, you have actual rundown. So the two things that are pretty clear from the get-go is that we have very high turnout for the far right, because their two candidates have combined 20%.
Yeah.
We have a slight underperformance by Rafał Trzaskowski at 31%. And the biggest thing is that Adrian Zandberg in both pollsters actually is above Szymon Hołownia, who it is not only Adrian Zandberg has crossed Magdalena Biat, the other left-wing candidate, he has crossed an establishment like centrist candidate. So once we get out of this shock, we can talk a little bit more about how the left is doing in general in Poland.
Yeah, but he's not gonna make it to the runoff.
from
Oh
a
no,
given.
of course not. The runoff is between the Peace and Civic Coalition. It's like
Yeah.
30
No matter what, it's gonna be that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we knew that's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
exactly.
It was
Which is why
everything
the first round is kind of a formality for Poland in this case. It's more.
Do
It's
we know
more of
when
a.
the runoff is going to be? Do you
in
do
like
1 or
a couple
2
of
weeks?
weeks, like the first week of June.
I think
So
it's
2
June
weeks.
1st, actually.
I think it's 8.
Oh, is it 8? Okay. Well, that leaves me a little bit more time to. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. I'm hoping to finish a video before then, but I'm leaving at the end of the month anyway, so.
Can you talk about that? Is it something you can talk about, or is it still under lock and key?
No, actually,
I
it's 1st
think
of June.
I think I can talk
I was
about it.
just wrong.
I'm leaving at the end of the month on a rescue ship for a month and a half in the Mediterranean for a big project that will hopefully start to be published by the end of the year. And that means that for this entire month, part of the reason why I haven't started making streams, again, apart from like, exceptional ones like this one, is that I'm trying to do a month and a half of content that I can schedule in advance while I'm gone so that stuff keeps on being published on the page, including a couple of big videos. But yeah, that's a lot of work to do in the days that I have left, so I'm not sure how much of it I'm going to be able to finish.
Look, the only thing, like, when it comes to the trustworthiness of Stan as a journalist, you can trust that he'll research and be truthful about most things, apart from a deadline.
Yeah.
If Stan
That is
ever
very
gives
true.
you a deadline, that's fake news. Don't worry about it.
If I give a deadline, it is off by at least a month, and that's an optimistic estimate. My deadline for the AFD video was like the closest the publication was the closest I've been to a deadline ever, basically, which was a month off.
Look, as somebody who's seen parts of the internal process, it makes sense.
Mm.
But for the gamers in chat, Stan operates on Valve time, and we're just gonna have to accept that and move on with our lives.
Valve time is
If it
pretty
happens,
big.
it happens. Is what it is.
Basically, it'll be ready when it's ready. It'll come out when it's ready. But yeah, no, I'm trying to finish a few things before I leave. So hopefully now I have a little bit of I have some free help, otherwise known as exploitation of labor, and maybe
That requires for you to have a coercive relationship with the other people, which you're in no position.
Yeah. But hopefully maybe I can finish shooting some things before I leave, and they are able to finish the videos after I'm gone and still publish them without me being involved. That would be ideal.
Okay, and from what I can see for the, is it exit polls? Yes, it's exit polls for Portugal as well. AD 32%, socialists are at 23, Shega at 22.5, so they are higher than they are supposed to be.
Ooh.
By like
no.
5% percentage points.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it too. Oh no, there is enough for a coalition between the AD and Chega.
I like the thing is that Montenegro, who's the current prime minister from AD, was really against that coalition and have been basically staying away. Like, no, they're in their own corner. I'm not cooperating with them. So a lot of voters in Portugal, from what I have been able to gather, weren't really having a problem with voting for AD due to possibility of cooperation with Parade as much as they had in previous election year ago. Like year ago, it was a serious concern. Right now, despite the fact that Prime Minister is involved in massive scandal, they're like, yeah, but he doesn't cooperate with Parade, so he's fine.
Yeah. It's
Again,
crazy
Eastern
that is the state of politics everywhere. It's like we have some of the worst candidates we've seen in a long time, and every time it's like, yeah, but the other side are fascists, are actual literal fascists. Like we are there. It's not a like Obama versus Romney kind of situation. It's like fascism, not fascism. And those are the two options. Those are the only two ice cream flavors we can pick from right now.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is it really shows the collapse of the Portuguese left, which was a incredibly dominant force for so long. And honestly, you really need to see something new coming out of the Socialist Party there.
Hmm.
Like the same thing happened with Poland when Tusk went to become president of European Council. I made a joke about it already. The fact that the same thing happened. The leader goes to become president of European Council and the party doesn't really have any aims anymore. So they just waiting until his term ends so that he can come back and resume. So Portuguese socialist, we see you in 5 to 10 years.
But if you know,
If yeah.
Yeah.
because if you have a whole party like spinning around one person, then you have no legacy, you have nothing to do.
I mean,
So
the,
when
the other
comes back, see what you find.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is now we have to see if AD will form the Grand Coalition with PS, or the more dangerous thing will happen is the other party leaders will force out Montenegro, who will find someone who is willing to make a coalition with Chega. And that is a real possibility as well. And
Yeah.
especially since Montenegro is in this massive, ridiculous scandal, which is hard not to still
Yeah,
exist.
but also Costa was in a massive scandal as well, and he survived it pretty easily.
True, but that also is not in a situation where he was looking at him being the one to get in the way of making a coalition. And
Yeah,
they have a
true.
very good excuse to get rid of him to make that coalition now.
I think there's a stigma associated with it, like in Germany, because I think the CDU could do it, like they could form a coalition with the AfD, let's say, but when they voted together with the AfD, already there was strong pushback against them. Do
There
you
was
think it's the same in Portugal, or will they just be able to pull an OVP and then like, oh yeah, we're in coalition with the fascists, you have to deal with it.
I mean, even in Germany, there was a strong pushback in the streets, but not in the ballot box. Is the problem with Germany? Is like the polls did not reflect any reaction to their vote with the AfD in Germany before the election.
Yeah, and this would be in a scenario where Montenegro is not able to form a coalition with the PS. So this would be a very different event in a couple of months. And who knows what'll happen, but also like, look, we saw this exact same thing happen in Austria, which there were 6 months of negotiations. They first went with the liberals and the socialists, then they were like, oh, let's back out of it, went and talked to the FU. The FU gave them a crazy list of demands, including effectively an Austrian exit of the EU, and then they were like, well, we can't do that, and then ended up going into the first coalition in the first place. So it's going to be whether or not people will be adults and decide to run their parliamentary democracy like they should, or they do the very stupid, easy thing, which is going with the far right.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like we all keep saying. It's just that's the politics of the 2020s.
But I'm trying to understand a bit, like, because you say there's been a reaction in the streets, but not in the ballot box.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually starting to think like, who is in the streets? Because we had a massive slap in the face in Romania with our newer party called how was it? God, why can I not remember it? Repair. There you go. I had a moment, and we were so stuck in this echo chamber of like, oh no, everyone's gonna vote Repair. Like it's a new progressive party. They're left progressive. Yeah, let's go. We're voting. I'm voting for Repair. My mom is voting for Repair. My called my grandma like, girl, this is what you have to vote for. All my friends are voting Repair, and in the end, they don't surpass 300,000. So I'm thinking like the people who were in the protests, aren't they the same echo chamber of people who anyway are giving the vote to the Greens? How many percentages did the Greens have in the last general election? I forgot. Were they over 10%?
No, I don't even
No.
think they probably just
They didn't make it
barely passed the threshold to have seats in parliament. Let's see.
Anyway,
Germany.
let's say it's like the people from the Greens with some people from the SPD who are probably not the older members but the younger ones, and then some of the new De Linke voters. And that's
The protests were like, yeah, there were De Linke, SPD, and Green Vote. Those are the
Exactly.
people who were really in the streets. They were big
Exactly.
protests, but there weren't a lot of like CDU members who were
Exactly, like
participating in
they're the
those.
same. They're the same usual suspects who would go to this kind of project, so this protest. So it's not like they would enlarge a voter pool for some party. It's just
I think that's part of the problem, at least in Bulgaria. It's definitely a problem where like we have quite a bit of protesters, and like at least in our three major cities, protesters on a local level can get some things done. Like as I mentioned, the people who have like a political organization called Save Sofia, they have quite the impact in Sofia. Don't matter outside of Sofia. And the reason for this, I noticed, I actually talked to a few of my friends who are regular on these protests and stuff like that. And it's very funny to me that, like, at least I know two of them who are, like, at a protest almost every other weekend and don't vote.
But
Which
I
is.
Okay.
I think
So,
you're mischaracterizing the German elections though a bit.
That might
Like-
be the case. I am not aware of, like, how much this correlates to Germany.
I think if you look at the polling before the big protest started kicking off, you saw the Greens doing significantly worse. They way outperformed their pollings in the election results. Likewise with Die Linke, way outperformed any of their polling. They were not polled to even get into the Bundestag.
That is true.
And then you also saw much more materially the Greens and Die Linke be able to convert protesters into party members. And they racked up tens of thousands of new party members who are paying now into their party budgets. Who didn't do that was the SPD. They only got a few thousand more members, which is still not nothing, but that wasn't like pulling in like 30,000 members or whatever. Like Die Linke did like 50K or some ridiculous number. So like
but
that
the
is
Greens
really
still
important.
lost 33 seats in parliament, though, despite that.
Yes, but they were on course for losing way more. So
Okay.
like they came back in a bit like this. Like we got to talk. Like we're talking about a couple of weeks that swung those parties' elections prospects in a big way.
That's true.
And
Yeah,
it didn't swing the SPD in a big way. They still went down. They didn't.
what was
get a yield
mostly
out of it.
shocking is that it didn't swing the CDU at all. Like the CDU should have lost votes from people who were like, "Oh yeah, I support the CDU, but I don't like that they voted for they voted with Nazis." And there were
But
apparently
maybe-
basically no voters who thought that way of the CDU.
I think that tells you something about the voters.
Hmm?
Sorry, not sorry.
No, I agree with that statement. I mean, it does
Maybe.
actually make sense, especially with the CSU existing and like.
Yeah.
I don't wanna. No, you know what? Fuck it. I wanna characterize them that way. I'm sorry. The CSU, if it was just the CSU, they would just work with the AFD. Like at least, so the CSU definitely lose votes over this. So I think that the rest of the CDU voters in the rest of Germany and Bavaria need to spend some time thinking about who they voted for rather than anything else. Now, Rotta makes a very good point on that it did have an effect. We shall see what exactly will be in time, I guess.
I would also say, like, if we're thinking about the average normal CDU voter, they only needed Metz to convince them that he was really actually not going to go work with the AfD. So if they feel like he got there in those couple of weeks, that's all they needed. They didn't need him to get him back from another party or anything. They just needed them to feel comfortable he wouldn't do that again. So that's not that much space they have to get to. And I think Metz more or less got there at the end, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he did have some strong words against the AfD in pre-election debates at the same time, roughly, as he was voting with them in Parliament. So yeah, it's kind of it was kind of a weird situation.
It's also public discourse. Like if you moved over on Windows so much to the right, like obviously the voters of CDU right now, they realize. I think they conceptually realize that working with the AfD is not a good idea, but they don't see the problem for as big as it is because the ideologies of the two parties, they're growing closer and closer together, and to the point that they're overlapping. So if you're a dedicated voter of CDU, it's like, hey, but it's just a bit more to the right. Like I don't think they actually perceive this like these guys are fascists. Like it's bad guys. I don't think they see it that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
still
they
want
have
to see. I still want to see polling from after this, especially now that the full BFV report has actually leaked. Not just the BFV decision that the AfD is extremist, but the entire report has leaked. And I'd like to see some polling. Well, it wasn't supposed to be public, but yes.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that they leaked it themselves.
Yeah, of course. But that does count as a leak. But 100% someone in the BFV was like, this needs to be public, which is a good thing.
They just like left the report next to a journalist, like, I wouldn't know what you would do with that.
They invited a journalist to a Telegram group chat or something, yeah.
Signal. Anyway, go ahead.
Telegram, imagine.
You know what? It kind of makes me think about how distorted the everything being so right is, because like when in the Polish election you start talking about like Law and Justice, and like Law and Justice is like a right wing party. It's like where Orban's at, and that's where as left as we can put it. More, yeah, right.
A little bit to the left. Just a little tiny.
Okay,
smidge.
but like, I'm sorry, it's really not hard to be to the left of Orban.
I mean, the biggest distinction between Orban and Law and Justice is their position on Russia. is the only real thing that they're like significantly different from each other.
Okay,
And
but
that's
if you
because
find me a
Putin
Polish
killed
person
Kaczynski's
that likes
brother.
Russia,
Yeah, exactly. Because exactly. Like
but,
they
like-
when your twin brother is killed by Putin, like that'll give
No,
you. I
boy,
mean, they
do not
already hated
spread
Putin before
those
then. To be
idea
fair,
here.
but yeah.
Sorry, but that's a conspiracy theory spread by Full
Yes.
Justice. Gotta
Yeah.
clarify that. But yeah, I mean, it because you have them there, and they kind of hold up like the right position within Polish politics. Then you have like a bunch more way crazier far right parties, like Confederacja, way out there. But then that's like even moderate compared to like the weird monarchist far right party that you have,
Which is
whose
also
name is
called
escape-
Confederacja.
Yeah.
Wait, don't
Yeah.
the weird far-right party, like the monarchist people in Poland, don't they want like the Romanovs? That's the last thing I fucking heard of them,
Okay,
which was insane to me.
monarchists in Poland are kind of not really open about who they want. It's kind of like most would say that they want a regency council to govern in place of king until we elect a new one. And there are multiple candidates. There is like a vetting candidate, Habsburg candidate. There is several Romanovs who claim the title.
But I know there is two Romanovs who very actively try to claim that title.
Yeah, there are like some Polish random aristocrats who are like, well, we need a Polish king. Vote for me in the Regency Council.
Can I offer you Simon II of Koborgote? Very great monarch. He was the king of Bulgaria, and then he was the prime minister of Bulgaria. We elected him, so give him a third time. I promise you, he will not steal the treasury for a third time. Twice was enough. I swear.
I still get comments on my Poland video of people trying to explain in what context the quote by one of the leaders of Confederacja.
By Manson, who won 16% of the vote. I have no idea what happened.
His quote is, and literally I'm not changing a single word. The quote is, "We don't want Jews, homosexuals, abortion, taxes, and the European Union." And that was at a Confederacja political conference. And I still have people trying to explain in what context that was actually fine.
I think the one that got me was when I started reading about them and then their Mason conspiracies, like their Freemason conspiracies, and I was just like, I don't have time for this one, guys. Like, this is way too retro for me. Like anti-Catholic conspiracy.
I mean, if you want conspiracies, you go to Georgescu. It gets even funnier.
Like when you get like the furthest far right in Poland, you get those like old traditional Catholic conspiracy theories, which you can also find in like Southern America in like the 1890s and 1920s. That's the period of like some wild shit.
Stan, at some point, if you want to put out some content for the shits and giggles, we can all just go through our own country and find the weirdest conspiracy. The best one for me is like one of the smaller nationalist parties here in Bulgaria in the last election. One of their candidates went on national TV and they was asked like, how are you going to fix the budget? And he was like, oh, well, gold has given every Bulgarian 42 kilograms of gold at birth. So we're just going to stop the globalists from stealing that. And I'm like, okay, you're living on a different planet from me. I'm just gonna move on because
where is the gold stored exactly?
Look, this is because of like the Thracians. If you don't know, there used to be a lot of gold where nowadays Bulgaria is. And then the Thracians, being psychopaths, dug it up, made it into fancy plates, and put them in the graves. And this bank claims there is still as much gold around as back then, and is misquoting some like thing the Thracians had as a story that got written down by like the Eastern Romans in the early days of the Eastern Roman Empire that we've probably mistranslated like 7 times. Don't worry about it. But then in theory, the gold comes from the ground. Where is it stored? I'm assuming in a Thracian tomb somewhere. I don't fucking know. Or if I have to guess, under like Brussels. Because that man hates the EU a lot, so. But we should collect these conspiracies. It's great. It's lovely content.
This sounds so similar to this American conspiracy theory, but I cannot remember the name of it. It's killing me now.
American conspiracy theories about gold are always the same fucking thing about how the dollar's gonna implode the other week. But
No,
like
no, this one
with
this
the
one
tone
is
of the round,
about-
they might be onto something. Is what I'm saying.
No, this has to do with like you're born and you get a secret savings account with the
Oh,
federal.
this is
Yeah, I can't
the
remember
sovereign
this one.
citizens.
Yeah, it's in that world, but it has a specific name.
I at some point I was like I want to sound fancy say by saying doing research. In reality, I found a YouTube channel that covers that like these people in detail, and I was just binge watching him while working. And this is one of those theories that like actually the United States is a corporation and another country. And I'm like the thing that I hate the most about this style of conspiracy theory is like so close, so close, so close racism. It's always the same thing. It's like the United States government is controlled by corporations, and they're like, and it's like, and it's so they can make a fake citizen. Ah, goddamn it! It's always this type of shit. But yeah, no, nah,
So I think Dan's got this, y'all.
no.
77%.
That seemed to have it.
What's the numbers like right now?
He's got 53.5% and we got 88% cancel or counted rather.
Yeah.
Like there's not that much more vote left.
Okay,
No,
I'm
good
going.
news.
let's see the last. Like I said, I always see the last sections. So people are in the streets. I'm watching some images live. People are in the streets in Bucharest quite massively, just waiting for the results, and they're telling the reporters they'll be there until midnight because they don't want to start popping the champagne too early, just in case, because we know that the diaspora can make a big difference and stuff.
Are we
Um,
seeing
they
any
are
chances of violence, anything like that?
sorry.
Are we seeing any chances of violence or stuff like that?
No,
Because
no. So far, I mean, the
I
people
know
that
Simeon was screeching earlier in the day.
yeah. Let's see. I mean, I guess we will see when we have the final results, but for
Ottilia, this will
now,
make you
there's
feel
nothing
better.
reported. We were
Check.
looking at the map actually.
Let's
So
see
this
what
is the diaspora map,
Wait, let me.
and as
Don't see it.
you can see, we have almost everybody is leaning towards Dan, except for these people in Europe.
But I love how like Belarus is like.
Can you send me that link, please? Wait,
You
is
know?
that the
Oh
link
my
that,
god, Belarus!
Belarus,
was this one?
Belarus is
liberal,
voting.
liberal pro EU Belarus.
Yeah, the bastion of liberalism. That
Also,
is,
all 18 Romanian.
it's probably the embassy voting.
But it's quite ridiculous how like the more east you go, the more they actually vote for, because you know what
Go China, Romania.
Yeah, China is.
yeah. No, but they know how tough it is to be under
Yeah.
Russia's influence.
Wait,
So
how
I
many
get it.
Romanians are in China?
Oh, is that Turkmenistan carrying this
Okay,
operation?
there's still a few hundred.
Turkmenistan,
All
100%.
seven.
Boom.
I can't
The-
remember. There's a country in Central Asia where the dictator there used
All
money
of the
from
Romanian weebs, Dan.
What?
the dictator of a Central Asian country used money from their pension fund. Like he bankrupted their pension fund to pay for a giant gold statue of himself.
This is Birdie Gurdi Mukhmer.
How many?
Let me just pull up. His name is legit Birdie.
66% Dan in the US, and there's like
But there
6,000
must be
voters.
more votes than that. I think there's more than 5,000.
This is only 18 of 50 sections counted.
Okay, see. So there's plenty more in the diaspora, and they're gonna take
Yeah,
a while.
it's about 50% diaspora. It says.
So Stan, the
Yeah.
person who you're
But
thinking
what we
of.
were looking at on TV, sorry, it's this. If do you see Harghita? So, HR,
This
HR
one?
90% in Transylvania, middle of the map. There you
This
go.
one.
That's wild. 90% is a lot, and that's the Hungarian minority, mostly ran by the Hungarian party in Romania, which is affiliated with Fidesz and being supported and funded and stuff. But obviously, I
Damn.
mean, Simeon.
This is
Simeon
crazy,
has
these numbers.
started like physical fights with the Hungarian minority, right? Then he tried to seek endorsement from Viktor Orban, which at first maybe he's like saw that Simeon is a nationalist. He was like, ah, yeah, cool guy. And then he realized like he's anti-Magyar basically, and he was like, oh no, actually not cool guy. We don't endorse. So
Stan, the person you were thinking of is the president of Turkmenistan.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And Unfortunately, he's dead, and now his son, Serdar Berdimuhamedov, because his dad was called Berdingulu or something like that, a very ridiculous name, is the new president. But there's a lot of golden statues, primarily of horses there. There is like a John Oliver episode if you want to watch the TLDR, or you can Google it. I believe the video was called something like "The Golden Horse of Turkmenistan,"
I
made
didn't
by
know that
an
they specifically covered
actual
that.
Russian person.
I read about
That
that
is-
Oh yeah,
in one of
He
my
loves the
favorite books
horses.
on geopolitics, which is called The Despot's Accomplice, which just goes over a bunch of U.S. supported dictatorships around the world.
Everybody say hi to McKinsey Consulting. I recently find out that like McKinsey Consulting has been interacting, give or take, with Bulgarian parties every once in a while. And I'm like, go away. We have enough problems without you. Please leave. Anyway,
it could be what's the name of the Cambridge Analytica?
in the meantime, I would like to point out that so far it appears that Utilia is our good luck charm. Whenever she shows up for an election stream, nothing horrible occurs.
Yep.
I mean,
So, Utilia,
Correct.
as the Bulgarian government is teetering on collapse again, I will inform you. One of these days, you'll send a message which is like, "I'm buying you a plane ticket," just so you know. I will
I
plop you in the
actually-
center of Sofia.
My guy, I've never been to Bulgaria. Can you believe it?
You haven't missed that much.
Really?
You know?
I've
I
been
mean,
to
it
Bulgaria.
seems a bit like I can stumble on the street and fall in Bulgaria, but I actually have never been.
I live
Been very
20
close to the border,
kilometers
never passed.
from German border, and
It has
I
a
have
beautiful seaside.
not
The food
been
is wonderful. I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Look,
Exactly.
I'm gonna say, Rod, you're invited because Maya Manova is back and back with style. So unless you wanna go protest again, you're invited.
At some point, I'm
shall-
gonna stumble on the street and get kidnapped and end up in Russia or something.
You, yes.
I mean, if you
I
keep
don't
like videoing yourself with the Brandenburg Gate behind you,
Hey,
yeah,
there's a crazy story of the founder of Bellingcat, which is an open source intelligence company, but that's pretty famous, where there was recently a court case of the people who tried to assassinate the founder of Bellingcat being prosecuted, and in the evidence for that court case, there were chat logs of the Russian assassins brainstorming different plans to either kidnap or kill the guy. And some of the plans that they had were insane and just completely batshit crazy, that those were actually things that they considered. Some of the more tame ones were things like, we are going to hire jihadists to blow themselves up near somewhere where he is, and he'll be collateral damage in that. But one of the crazier ones, there was one where they wanted to kill him while he was on a
sorry,
fishing
that
trip.
qualifies as normal.
Yeah, that is compared to the other one. What they wanted to kidnap him and fly him to Syria back when Assad was still in charge of Syria, so he could be tortured in a prison in Syria, while at the same time have a lookalike show up in Russia and pretend to be like surrendering to authorities in Russia,
Yeah.
so that
That
he
seems
could
like
be
a lot of extra work.
Yeah, exactly. So that he could be like on TV surrendering in Russia, so everyone thinks he's there while he's
Because
actually flown to Syria by his
Because that
Russian.
worked out so well when the Saudis tried that with Jamal Khashoggi, with like the worst lookalike in human history ever was on that video.
Yeah.
But sure, I don't know. I honestly don't have a lot to add. I've been trying to make this funny because, let's face it, these are mostly good news apart from Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
Portugal is looking dodgy,
I mean,
but it's good
Portugal.
news in the sense that shit's not on fire.
It could be worse. It
We
could be a
have a
situation
few
where
more years before we're on fire.
The night is young.
Let's not party yet.
Yeah,
They're just showing
fair.
us on TV, so we're missing big sections in Italy, in Spain. So and those have like thousands of votes. So let's see.
Okay.
There's still
Yeah.
stuff to. It's usually because it goes quite fast. Usually, from me just looking at this website for way too many times in the last months. Like we've had every single election and then presidential twice. So I've been looking at this website for a long time. It usually goes quite fast until 90%, and then it slows down because it's obviously the last sections which come the slowest, and then they're the most decisive
But the
as well.
current difference is 700,000. Is there like enough votes in the diaspora to move that?
Nobody can make the result uncomfortable, you know.
Fair.
I don't.
And then
honestly
Mr.
want to
Chadian
not-
flag.
Yeah, I also like want to like not believe that, you know, it's gonna be flipped. The chances are it's not gonna be flipped. There's too much of a difference, but it can get uncomfortable.
Mhm.
So you know,
Okay.
I'm still a bit wary. I don't want to.
No, understandable.
Yeah.
This is, after all, this channel might as well be known the political disaster support group. So
What the hell? Let me see if this is
Oh.
real. Everyone, I will direct your attention to the 2025 Romanian presidential election Wikipedia article.
oh, did somebody do the Wikipedia vandalism? Is that what happened?
Wait, I am super zoomed in for screen capture. Okay, so apparently the two candidates were Donald Trump for AUR and Skibbity Toilet Independent.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, somebody absolutely did. Are you showing it on stream?
Yep.
Uh,
Nice. Thank you, Ricardo, for noticing.
But most importantly, Skibbity Toilet won as an independent candidate against the AOR.
Yep.
The hour.
I say Skibbity Toilet for the win.
And it was carried on the back of the Romanian minority in our very real account of this very real election that happened.
Beautiful.
I mean,
This is democracy in action, people.
look, we're gonna enjoy it for like the 5 minutes before it disappears. By the way, I've recently heard the argument. Nowadays, with all the AIs, teachers should allow students to use Wikipedia as a source on anything. Because if you're gonna get lied, at least on Wikipedia, you're being lied to by a person. So we got
By a professional.
yeah, we might as well enjoy that.
At least they have to make up their sources.
I don't know if you guys noticed the Grok, the Elon Musk's AI, going crazy about like genocide on Twitter, about like white
in South Africa?
genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was sitting there, and like a friend of mine who knows a lot about like he's actually a better developer than me, but just ignores politics like it's the plague. It's just like calls me and it's like, please tell me that this is a real thing, because they had to have cranked their algorithm so hard to bug it this much that if it's not a real thing, it's like honestly a crime against like humanity. As if this bot ever passes a Turing test and they cranked it that much, that's some type of crime. So then I had to explain what bars are for like 10 minutes, but honestly, that was a spectacular failure. I'm being given hope that in not so much time, AI will actually stop being used for this garbage and start being used for more useful stuff, because it's such a disaster. It's at this point, only people who want to believe in AI believe that any of this is real.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
So
really
sad.
funny where the South Africa thing is like the Trump administration in a nutshell is the fact that the only refugees that they recognize are white South Africans. Like that should tell you something about their ideology there.
If you would please, also families of Mexican cartel members.
Are they white families of Mexican cartel members?
I did not look into that shit. All I saw is that they allowed 17 family members of a Mexican cartel member into the US because they were under threat in Mexico. So
Yeah.
So
we'll see
Chega
with
just
that.
pulled into second place.
Oh,
shit.
no.
Do you have a website with better updates than my France 24?
Yeah.
It's like they're taking
Hold
a long
on.
time.
No. You need to be on CNN Portugal.
Okay.
Get the...
Oh no. Yeah, I was discussing this with a colleague. Like, what's up with CNN buying a bunch of TV channels in Europe?
Oh, this is like a thing for a while. Like it basically just was
Yeah.
like franchising.
God.
Yep.
Because like a lot of these channels didn't exist before. Like you gotta remember, like all this like 24-hour news channel thing is still like from 1991 on,
Oh,
and CNN was just first, so that's why they did it.
It's Chega is in second with 20 because it's by the seats called in parliament, not the amount of votes they got.
Okay.
I mean, they're
I had a heart
23.22.
attack.
I mean, either
No, it
way,
looks
they're
like it
basically
might be.
tied with PS right now.
Mhm.
Chega is now basically
Mhm.
the second biggest party in the country, tied with PS. No matter how
Also,
you slice it.
if you want to know, like, I present you the Trian mental disorder, which is the need to know everything disease. One of the reasons CNA is buying channels in Europe is because for about 10 years prior to 2016, they were essentially waging an influence war with Fox News over the United States.
Mm-mm.
And so I keep forgetting his name. Ted Turner is the person who created CNN. And, he was like this billionaire who believed in the importance of news and also wrestling. Uh, because and he really hated Rupert Murdoch and was trying to murder Fox News for years. But then Fox News kind of won that war. It's very unfortunate for me that Fox News is 4 days older than me. But the Fox News won, so CNN now are under new management. They like bought and resold and all of these type of things, and they're trying to expand into Europe as essentially they have lost most of their influence in America.
I see.
Like their viewer numbers are okay, but their ability to influence politics are lower, so they're seeing themselves as a failed network essentially.
Okay. So I think because I'm trying to decipher a bit what their strategy would be, because to me, when CNN bought this news channel in Romania, I was a bit like, knowing CNN and kind of like, them being known as a more progressive outlet and more on the
They're
left.
not.
They're not, no?
No, CNN are almost like religiously centrist. CNN will blab
Okay.
about the story forever. If you have
Yeah.
seen one of the most classic clips of Jon Stewart is when Malaysia flight something took a dive into the ocean, we couldn't find it, and CNN for 3 days were like, "What could have destroyed this plane?" And it's like conspiracy theories, black holes. They were explaining to people what a plane is just to fill the time because
Okay.
what's a 24-hour news
They
channel
had like
for? So
media
CNN
nights on.
are
Wait,
a very like down the middle in the middle that they will tell you like if the news is half of Bulgarian parliament has voted that Earth is flat, CNN would be like there is a disagreement in Bulgarian parliament over the shape of the planet, and
Yeah.
and also they're getting eaten by MSNBC from the left in the US,
Yeah.
where due to this type of centrism, MSNBC who are like basic liberals are kind of eating into their viewership.
Yeah.
So
that's
they're
why
trying to
it's
save.
so frustrating for me that that all of the supposed bias meter visualization tools that all the ones that are used by Ground News and all of that place CNN on the
Yeah.
left,
Are left and right,
because
which is like
there you have to have an insane skewed Overton window for them to be considered like
it takes about the
solidly
same
left-wing.
amount of it takes about the same amount of effort to be left of Fox News than to be left of Viktor Orban, in the meaning that you have a brain and it's about the amount of effort needed. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, you have to remember this is just like an arm of Warner Brothers Discovery that owns all of CNN, that owns all of these international
Yeah,
parts.
that's the thing that really got them to start pushing into Europe because I mean, there was an entire report. This is from Warner Brothers. I thank you, by the way. I forgot it's Warner Brothers. Had this investor call that they're measuring the success of the TV station by influence and viewership. And while viewership isn't completely bad for CNN in America, their influence is non-existent because CNN is watched by somebody in an airport, essentially. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if they have regular viewers. Also, at some point, CNN Asia was the most watched CNN channel, which is state of affairs. Or
Yeah. Also,
Stan,
like for
I
example,
raise
like
you.
places like Euronews used to have more actual foreign language reporting, and now it's like broken down to just a few of them. So like these other ones got picked up by CNN. So there's a projection out from CNN Portugal with the socialists and Chega having the exact same number of deputies in the new parliament. And
How many
that's
Actually, no.
seats?
Slight correction. It's the amount of votes that have already been counted.
no. This is the projection for the
Oh.
end result. So they're projecting there will be 100 deputies for PSD, 70 deputies for Chega, 70 deputies from PS. And the percentages for their final vote would be
Stan is
53,
flexing.
25, 25. Oh,
Stan
two
is,
cats.
yeah. Unfortunately, my other cat prefers my girlfriend than me, so I am limited to one cat.
Or maybe this is Stan telling us that he was actually a cat the whole time.
Yeah, Stan is like about 5 or 6 cats in a skin suit, I guess.
You know, I've seen him in real life and even touched him, but not
Did
hard
it-
enough to tell if he was a cat.
Yeah.
I'm
Did
gonna
he
make
sound
myself
a
another
little
coffee.
bit
I'll be right
meow?
back.
You know, like those human suits, they're much better than the Men in Black days. It's improved over 20 years.
It has been a lot of time, yeah. What do you mean, meow? What's wrong?
Oh man, this Cheka thing is not good though. Like Cheka
Yeah,
scares me.
yeah.
They're
Like-
out there.
Yeah, like the thing is that I'm talking way more about Portuguese politics than Polish politics. It's sad that we don't have Portuguese experts. But yeah, Chega basically capitalizes on this kind of like anti-carnation revolution sentiment. Like they moved away from the far right dictatorship, and all of that far right sentiment boiled in the country because it was completely discarded for like it was 76, so 30, 50 years, and it's again started bubbling and
Is this the classic? We forgot how terrible the dictator is after one generation.
Yeah, kind of mostly, also
But-
some other factors, but yeah, it was kind of untouchable until now. They have a party that gets all of the not only the anti-establishmentarian, but also that bonus for being finally someone on the further right than like. Let's be honest. The Social Democrats in the Portugal, which is their center-right party, is not that far to the right when it comes to EPP parties.
But also it's like Chega's been very good about using kind of this well, the internet, but also like Christian iconography, a lot of this like Crusader stuff, like kind of writing that. And like, oh yeah, like probably in private they'd be much more like pro Neo Salazarist, but like their front presentation is very much like we're the real Christian European, dude Chad Bros with Templar shit. Like that's their kind of thing.
One of these days, I'm gonna lose my shit and I'm gonna bribe Stan however much money it takes to make a 20-minute rant about how the Crusader stuff is a sort of like, I mean, it's hateful against Orthodox Christians. Like, I'm sorry, I'll say it that way. I'm not really an Orthodox Christian. I'm an atheist, but because culturally it's relevant to me, it's like, I'm sorry, my ancestors fought the Crusaders. Piss off. Like, because these people are like, oh, we're the true Christians, Crusader logo.
I do enjoy that whenever someone like brings up like you have these right wing Crusader people, you'll always find this magical moment where Greek nationalists and Turkish nationalists come together
Yeah.
against the Crusader
No,
Bros,
no.
and especially when they bring up Istanbul and Constantinople.
I have seen a Bulgarian, Turkish, Greek, and Macedonian person get mad at the same dude with a Crusader helmet in Sofia. Like, they were yay close to chuck rocks at him, and like none of these people is particularly nationalist. It's just
I saw a man call another man a Frank in the wild, and it blew my mind.
it's like, was his name Frank or was it an insult?
It was an insult. Like he was like, "You're a Western Christian, you Frank," and I was like, "That is a very old insult, sir."
Where was that?
This was in where the fuck was I? It must have been in the Balkans. I think this was in Albania. Some guy was like going off about the Crusades.
Ooh, in Albania they would be mad. Because like sort of Albanians got betrayed by the Crusades. Look, we'll find an Albanian, they'll explain it better. I mean,
I'm gonna
the
quickly
only-
pop off and I'm gonna eat some soup.
Yep,
That is my
fun.
excuse.
enjoy your soup.
I will. It's chicken soup for the soul. Cool. Be right back.
Rota, can you actually leave chat so we don't have an empty screen? Or can I hide him? Wait.
I'm
Should
pretty
we
sure you can
kick
just
him?
keep
No.
him.
Show non-video parts. There you go. Magic. Done.
That's
Yeah.
true.
In the meantime, because we're kind of vamping for time, Ottilia, do you want to talk about what you do, as we didn't discuss it in much details last time you were here? And
Yeah, by the way,
Sure.
I
So,
have to say that I've been listening to the EU and You podcast, Euphoria, which is
yeah,
not
yeah.
related to the HBO show at all. I was
No,
very
it's not.
the
disappointed. No, I'm
Lorenz
joking.
song.
Slightly inspired.
But no, it's a really good podcast. I've been enjoying it a lot.
Thank you so much. I'll tell that to the team. The team is fantastic. They're doing a very hard job and very good job. Actually, I'm very happy with how it's turning out. And specifically the last episode, I'm just gonna do a bit of a plug, but the last episode that we released on Nakba Day has been like quite well received, but it's very touching. Like we had to take breaks recording it and like
Yeah, with
cry.
a Médecins Sans Frontières
Yes.
doctor
Yeah.
who was
Yeah.
himself in Gaza, I believe. No.
No, he's he's maintaining communications with the people who are in Gaza.
Okay,
So
that
his
was it,
colleagues
yeah.
are there basically. Yeah, but he's getting all the news basically and supporting them from far away. He's been I think in Haiti, he said. So he's been in missions himself, but for now he's yeah, in Brussels. But yeah, it's a whole episode about what's going on in Gaza right now, especially with the aid blockade, and it's quite intense.
Yeah.
But we really need to talk about that.
Yeah, going back to Pedro Sanchez's quote that we were looking at the start of the stream, finally using the big G word against Israel.
And if people want to see what you do, help what you do, stuff like that, where can they find you?
Yeah, I maybe go a little bit more more broadly what
What
EU and
gives?
You does, like, yeah, speak
Yeah.
more broadly about it.
Sure. So we are a small organization of young people promoting European values, let's say, or the European Union, which sounds a bit I don't know. It sounds a bit like shallow when you first say it, but it's much deeper than that. So we're also very nerdy and geeky about the EU, and we like to analyze it and not just like, mindlessly promote it, but actually criticize it from within and, be very pragmatic about how we describe the European Union and what from it do we like and want to promote and what we don't. So I guess it's human rights and democracy before it's the EU, or it's the EU as long as it represents human rights and democracy, basically. So that's our view. And practically what we're doing is like we're this blend between a bit of advocacy and a bit of media. So yeah, it's kind of both. We started on Instagram. We built a community there, which gives us a bit of insight into what people think about certain topics. And then with that information, we're trying to advocate for for anything from human rights, voters' rights, youth policy, whatever that is, climate action and so on. So we have quite a broad overview, not claiming we're experts on anything, but trying to attract attention and kind of like help with the agenda setting, let's say amongst the youth.
All the topics that are going in the wrong direction at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and obviously you've been made a millionaire by George Soros, right? Like,
Of course,
is that?
yeah, especially, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Stan, we all better, like everybody on stream tonight, better get our George Soros check.
Yeah,
me personally,
I will
think
follow
I
up with you on that.
I can admit it. No problem.
Oh, but well, for the record, it was brought to my attention relatively recently that 7 years ago, I briefly worked for an organization that had funding from Open Society. This
There you go.
technically, at some point, I have pocketed some amount of money from George Soros. Yeah, at the time I was
Okay.
making 200 euros a month, so it
Literally.
wasn't that much. So my salary at that point was 200 euros a month. Because I was in university, I could only work
Was
4
it like a
hours. so-
part-time at least, or no? It was like a
It was
full-time.
it was a part time. It was like shortly before I got my license to be a school psychologist. I was like working in an NGO that had money from that. It was a part time job. So
No, it's true.
I mean,
No, minimum
I
salary in
have.
Bulgaria is 500 euros. So
So
I know.
have.
I'm right across the border. I know. But I think, yeah, I mean, there must have been. I think I've definitely had a student job where I was paid like 200 euros for sure.
oh,
Or
if I
maybe like
wasn't living in my grandma's house in my hometown where things are cheap, I would have been completely cooked. Like
no,
it's
like for me, this was in Bucharest. Like, it was a part-time job, and I was in Bucharest getting 200 euros as salary. And I was like, no, what am I doing here? Commuting
I
in
mean,
between classes to work for nah. This is
that this is the reason why I like left the capital when I was 18 because I graduated high school, got a job. My salary was like 340 euros, but I had to pay 100 euros for literally a tiny room as my place to live. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing here? Hops on a train, and I don't know what room. Yeah.
Ricardo is commenting. Trine is a Soros-funded agent.
Yeah, apparently, like, no, the reason is I was joking with a friend of mine who's now on the board of directors for Amnesty International in Bulgaria. And I met him through that organization. And he was like, oh, technically, we're both briefly paid by George Soros. And it's like, which devolved into jokes about George Soros being stingy because, like, come on, man, we barely had money to eat. Is this what I'm like? One day I'll get cancelled for this, but like, God damn it.
I love to see the resurgence of the George Soros conspiracy all of a sudden, all of a sudden, like in the past months, we've been talking so much about it, and I thought it was like a Romanian thing just because like Simeon was like spitting this left and right, and we had the National Liberal Party candidate saying at some point like Nicu Jordan is sponsored by Soros and Russia and all that, like all of them together, Soros and Russia. Everyone, I guess, is sponsoring Nico Jordan,
France as well,
the
apparently.
Yeah, exactly. No, but it's been everywhere. But I'm curious to see that it was also in Bulgaria and probably
Oh
like
no, the reason that story got told it to me by a friend is
yeah.
At some point, because what I did in that NGO is that there is a European thing called nowadays it's called European Volunteer Corps. It was called something else back then, but essentially, high stream. If you're an European citizen under 30 and you have graduated high school and want to spend a year doing a volunteer project in a different EU country, you can literally go to the European Volunteering Corps website and find a place to do that. And I was the translator for an organization with like 4 volunteers. It was always 2 from Spain, 2 from Italy. No, one time we had a Ukrainian. Oh god, he was annoying. Anyway, and we went to like because essentially I had the phone numbers of all the schools in my hometown. I was like, hey, do you want us to come? Like do some activities with children, Usually it would be with Roma children because that was the goal of the project, but not always. Sometimes we would go to like the non-Roma schools, which also had Roma children, because imagine if you just don't discriminate people off the top of my head. And at some point, we ended up in a kindergarten class because we could not find anywhere to work that day. And my boss just called the kindergarten. His child was up and was like, would you like us to spend 2 hours with this? They said, yes, we went. And turns out some lady whose child was there went on like there is a Facebook group for my hometown, of course, to accuse us of being Soros operative agents and all of that stuff. And I had completely deleted this episode from my head, and all of this got reminded to me with receipts, and I was like, so this Soros thing has been going on.
Oh yeah,
This
absolutely.
is going on
feel like it's a
almost
bit
10 years
engaged.
ago at this point.
No, obviously it's such an old conspiracy and it's been recycled so many times. But I feel like it does come in waves a bit. Like there's and I
Yes.
feel like now there's a surge and it's gonna die down in a couple of months and then we're gonna hear about it sometime next year and it's gonna be like just like
I'm a bit disappointed because when I was younger, the conspiracy were about Bill Gates. And at least, like, Bill Gates is mildly evil if you want to look into it. Like, he bought stock futures for water at one point. It's like, this is at least... What the fuck has George Soros done? My guy just, like, was like, fuck it.
and he's also like dying soon. Like
Oh, yeah.
oh man.
But
Like,
his son
what, like
still has his
90
name,
something.
so the Soros name will not die with the...
yeah,
the
yeah,
conspiracies
but-
will
Fair enough,
continue.
but like what are the conspiracy theories gonna do when the guy actually died? Of
They
course, they're
already are shifting to the sun.
Yeah, of course. Like,
And to the
Yeah.
We're
organization,
doing-
like it doesn't even if the son was no longer involved, it would still be the Soros organization. So it doesn't even.
we're doing male primogeniture, but just with conspiracy theories instead of crowns.
Yeah, But I mean, technically, I have a little bit under 100 supporters between Patreon, YouTube, and Coffee. So there's a non-zero chance that I'm receiving Soros money, technically speaking.
Yeah.
I am 100% private venture, so you don't have to worry about my allegiances. I am
Yeah, for everybody on stream, not only do I not make money off this, I am spending my money on this. So what's that?
I have literally bought these clothes solely to be on stream in them.
Oh damn, that's an investment I'm not
Wow.
willing to make. I can give Stan 10 euros a month, but buying special clothes for.
I am not giving Stan any money.
I love Tryon before stream was like, okay, let me find my nice shirt for stream then when I asked him if he wanted to come on stream.
So no, this is the thing. If you've noticed on previous election streams, I come like moderately nicely dressed, like because I have acquired. Okay, to everybody, to all the men in the chat, I shall now review your ancient technology on how to dress nicely, especially if you look like you have a nest on your head like me. Step first, like be a decent person. That will help you acquire a girlfriend. Step two, now there is a person who wants you to look good. It's fucking amazing technology, 10 out of 10. And like shortly after I sent you this message, Stan, I told my girlfriend I'll be on stream. She showed up with the nice shirt. And I was like, but it's a bit cold outside and I don't want to close my window, so you're getting this, which is not a nice shirt, but you have to live with it.
Let me bring up a meme that I saw today about the loneliness epidemic. Wait, I can post this in the Discord chat as well.
You know what? Can we get some female opinions on the loneliness epidemic since we have Kutushain here? Anybody? Also, someone who might be in proximity with Andrew Tate.
Oh.
Well,
Where do we start? Give me a prompt because there's so much to say and I'm not gonna say anything revolutionary.
Yeah, check out the meme I just sent in the special stream chat.
Let's start with the meme. That's gonna be the jump off point.
And you can tell me if this rings true to you.
It absolutely does. I can tell you it does.
Oh my god.
Like the perfect encapsulation of this was that was it Love is Blind situation that went viral.
Yes.
Of the woman going,
yes,
yeah, but politically this guy's kind of a douche, so I'm just gonna not.
Wait, no.
And that was
Let me
like,
comment.
yeah.
I recently saw it. I recently saw it and I was dying over that season. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I only saw like the moment where she left him at the altar, but the amount of hate that she's getting for not wanting to be with someone who like
really
has like all of the opposite positions that she has, where she's not even like super progressive or super left wing. She just
she's
wants
a
to be with a
Christian
decent human being,
Democrat.
generally speaking.
Yeah. No, but I was fascinated because it's like what was it, Minneapolis or something? No,
I don't even know.
Well, anyway, I watched it. I needed to watch some brain rot, so I just clicked on the last season. Loved it. So 3 couples broke up because what I consider politics. 2 of them directly because of politics. The other one because of the guy being literally like an incel and like being super judgmental of women. Like he had a problem with her having slept with some other guy, like just like incel behavior, which I do believe that it's very often correlated with far right tendencies. So I do put it in the politics category. There's this other guy who they were in the pods and this girl is like, but I need to talk to him about politics, like something that's very important to me. It's like the BLM movement and stuff. It's like, what's your opinion on that? And the guy's just like leans back on the couch and he's like, I don't really have an opinion of that. You don't have an opinion on the BLM movement? Like, dude, like, what are you about? It's crazy. And he just like keeps being like neutral. She takes her, he's also very religious, which obviously, takes her to his church. She listens to one of the, like the masses, I guess. And then starts Googling the same church to see what the priest is saying usually there. And they're obviously like homophobic and stuff like that. Her sister, I think, is a member of the LGBTIQ community. And she's like, no, I cannot do this.
Yeah,
Leaves him at the altar, or like
that's the
she's the
viral
one.
one, right?
No, that's the blonde girl and the blonde guy. And then there's the other couple where they're super nice in the beginning. At first, she's the one like not really asking him deep questions. But there's a scene of them in bed. She's asking something like, what do you think about abortion rights? And she's like, yeah, I believe, she says, I believe that a woman should be allowed to decide about her own body. And then he says something like, yeah, but I think the man should be also consulted. They go to the altar. She leaves him at the altar. That's the big fuss. I think that was the heartbreaking one. That was the sob story. And then turns out in the reunion, like the last episode, she says that he went off camera and came out as like full on Republican. He also said in the on camera, he said that his family is voting Republican, and she said, yeah, well, he says his family is voting Republican because they vote with their faith in mind. And she said, yes, I also vote my faith in mind, but my faith, the way I see my faith, it says be kind to everyone, so I vote Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turns out that off camera he started like going on a Republican rampage basically. So that's
There's,
the back. Eric, I'm so passionate about this season. You have no idea to how many people I've been speaking about.
What's
I have
really
no
funny
idea what you guys
is
are
that
talking
it's not
about,
just
but-
Love is Blind. I've been seeing so many screen caps of like Tinder conversations where now women are like their opening conversation, their opening messages are about politics, and the guy's just pretending to be super neutral on everything every single time. And as soon as they're like, as soon as it's clear that the woman is not interested, they just go like full far right every single time. Like the neutrality was just a thing that they were calculated to do to avoid this whole meme situation here, because they know that their politics are just fundamentally incompatible with
But
getting a
it's gonna
girlfriend.
transpire at some point. And to be honest, I would like to hear other opinions, but I'm becoming more and more sensitive to people's political opinions. Like I feel like there could have
Of
been
course.
I mean, you're literally a
couples
political
before
civil
that
society
never agree.
person, so yeah, that makes sense.
I don't have the energy to agree to and to disagree with someone. Like at this point, you know, I feel like the
Yeah, but
stakes are
like,
high where it's becoming
yeah, I feel like especially for dating someone, like if the point is that at some point you intend to live with this person, you're gonna have to make sure that they give a fuck about your rights and stuff like that.
But exactly, like we can disagree on pizza flavors, but like if your politics are attacking my bodily autonomy, they're not opinions. They're literally harming me when you vote.
And those are like things that affect you directly, but I also have a hard time like imagining, imagine you're like at home, watching TV or something, you're watching like some TV show about something, and you are a normal person, and all of a sudden your significant other goes like, yeah, like maybe it's like a TV show about World War II, and their significant other goes, yeah, but Hitler kind of had a point or something like that, and like going, okay, I
There's
guess
the
we have
door.
slightly different.
There's
I
the
guess we
door.
have slightly different opinions, and we can just like not like politics doesn't impact on our relationships. Like, no, that's not.
I'm sorry, if
that's
someone
not how
in
it
my
works.
house, if someone in my house drops this thing, they're leaving through a window. Like I'm not even showing them the door. I'm escorting them out the window.
No, but also like your significant other it's an extension of you. Imagine walking down the street with
Yes.
someone who all of a sudden goes like, "Oh, these immigrants!" Like, and
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
like either I would like to dig a hole in the ground and put my head in there, or maybe if I get mad enough, I put you there and I put the ground on top and basta.
Yeah, because the thing is like saying something like Hitler has a point is like a big caricature, but like the kinds of things that have become normal to say today are not that far off when it's kind of like, complaining about immigrants or saying like, oh yeah, we should just send them all to CCOT or stuff like that. Those are like almost normal things to say in the US right now. And I'm sorry, but like that is like concentration camp level stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I saw recently was funny to me. Is a conversation. I found this on Reddit because I peruse Reddit more than I should. But essentially, a guy got asked, "Hey, what do you think of human rights?" And the person said, "I'm not getting into politics.
which is like, oh, I'm sorry to like this is the easiest solution to the trolley problem I've ever had. If it's like if somebody says like, oh, I don't care about politics or has no human rights, that trolley is going towards you. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's
Because
the
like
crazy
human
thing.
rights are not a matter of political opinion. Like I don't know
Because
how else to explain it.
I'm at the end of the day, I know that people are gonna cringe, especially like people who aren't left wing are gonna cringe of hearing me saying this, having seen my videos. But like, I am not that political. Like I'm so fine with like having um disagreements with people that I just that have different opinions than me. And at the end of the day, my only lines I consider to be super basic, which is like basic human rights. I will not negotiate on those. I do not compromise on human rights. That's the only like real hardline political opinions that I have. And the fact that me refusing to compromise on those apparently makes me a far left activist to half of the internet is wild to me.
No, this makes a lot of sense because I brought her up before, so I'm gonna bring. But my adoptive mother has this like very weird thing because like she grew up during communist time. Also, for the record, I get to shit talk her. None of you else does. She's a wonderful person. But we disagree politically on a lot of things. But you like a couple times now she has like because we don't talk every day. And she's like kind of the remote adoptive parent where like she calls me like once every 3 months, and every once in a while she calls me. Is like, what is going on? Like for example, in America, why are people kicking their children out of home because they want to have rights? Like, it genuinely confuses this person who thinks that Bulgarian communism was a good thing, which is like factually incorrect, and even she doesn't get the levels at which people are abandoning obvious things that are like not up for a political discussion for political reasons. It's yeah, so I get it if like it is a term like it genuinely it would be a red flag for me in a relationship with like any woman if she's like, oh, and by the way, maybe fascism was okay. I'm like, no, like it just isn't. I'm not comfortable being around you. So it makes sense that this goes double for men, I guess, is how I'll phrase it.
The number of conversations I have with people who now think that, oh yeah, but fascism is just like another legitimate political opinion to have, or like people who
Cool.
say, what's wrong with ethno-nationalism when we're talking about immigration, and just like as a conversation starter, it's like, okay,
Hell of a
if
conversation
that's the
starter.
starting point, I don't know where we're going from there.
We're not, because I'm leaving.
Basically,
I'm not having that conversation. On which note, I would like to transition about something. We should make this a yearly tradition. As if for the people who have been around stream long enough would remember that my first appearance on stream was almost exactly a year ago to complain about Eurovision. And thus, I shall again, because they did it again. This is the second year in a row in which I don't watch Eurovision, which is entirely a political statement on my end, as I genuinely quite enjoy Eurovision, but I haven't watched it again because the Israelis are on a mission to ruin every hobby of mine. And Israel did it again. There's already a bunch of background stories that the Israeli delegation was just being terrible human beings to other contestants, especially one that are members of the LGBT community. And they once again did that entire thing where they spent unreasonable amounts of money to advertise people to vote for their song. Once again, got second place to try to legitimize themselves. And
Yeah,
like,
but Eurovision is like political aim of Israeli foreign office is
yes,
to place highly in Eurovision
yes,
to legitimize themselves as more progressive than they are.
not
They are
only to
pinkwashing the
legitimize like
genocide.
progressive, to legitimize as somehow of a like European style country, which I'm sorry, your apartheid just isn't. I somehow feel like I trust Viktor Orban with my rights more than I trust the Israeli government. And yeah, Israel has managed to achieve the thing that I said, like, this very hard, which is to be the right of Viktor Orban, and yet they've managed. They're industrious little fuckers. But yeah, no, I am mad because look, Eurovision is a very stupid thing. I know. I am well aware of this. At no point was I like taking it seriously. But one of the rules, like, because Eurovision doesn't have that many rules to participate, but one of the rules is that your national broadcaster has to be independent from the government, and that the government cannot put its thumb on the scale when it comes to the voting. And they did it twice.
Yep.
Well, they've done it more than twice, but it's turbo obvious they've done it twice because it has now come out that they absolutely put their thumb on the scale when Neta won in, I don't know, 2018, I think.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm willing to forgive. That was one of the better songs on Eurovision. But
Got it.
I'm not your toy, your stupid boy, ratatatata sounds. But
I forgot it.
the Italians had the best song on Eurovision that year, but they were nowhere close to winning. Having the best song does not guarantee you Eurovision victory.
I have to say
but
that I haven't I've never really religiously watched Eurovision, but the clips that I've seen from
fine.
last year and the clips that I've seen from this year, Eurovision seems like really tame this year. Like all the acts seemed extremely
Because
normal
all
compared
the
to
crazy
how
people don't
wacky they
want to
usually
go.
are every year.
Yes, that is a thing. All the people who usually do because that's the point of Eurovision. You're there to watch some weird shit. Because Eurovision is just the theater kids with like a budget. That's what Eurovision is. You give all the theater kids a budget because they're theater kids. A lot of them will be gay. That just happens in life. You live with it. So there will be just some crazy shit going on, and
I was like,
that's the
where was
point.
the camp this year? There's no camp.
Yeah, yeah.
That's an interesting question. Do you think as like our culture is conservatismifying, is getting more conservative, do you think we'll see that in Eurovision? Because of course you have I
There
was
have
thinking
already been like
you
performances
have
that are
countries
trying
which
to
are
be
going to be
like
more
that.
conservative anyway, but there were
Yeah,
countries which were always like pushing the campness a lot, and now
yeah.
even those are a bit more tame. And so are we moving into a clean girl aesthetic of
As
Eurovision?
long as like the current state of affairs stay the same in Eurovision, yes, it would be more clean because essentially it's not just Israel; they're just the biggest offender by far. Um, but as long as they and like countries within the Big Five are demanding that nobody pushes the envelope, all the acts who do the crazy shit, who do the camp stuff, are just not gonna go. I mean,
Yeah,
like, kind of the point of Eurovision was that the campy weird acts go there and build a career of it. Because I don't
yeah.
think anybody has heard of Conchita Wurst before, like she, he,
No.
they, them, I don't know the operative pronouns, won Eurovision. But it
Yeah,
was the reason they won Eurovision is because that was an interesting act. It
yeah,
was fascinating experience.
yeah.
I understand why like it's not for everybody, but like that person understood the assignment. Go do something strange with a decent song at Eurovision, and people will like it. Ironically, with Grey here, unfortunately, the people who've been like the most weird Christian on Eurovision has been Poland for like a decade now. I don't know why Poland refuses to send a good song, but there you go.
Uh,
It's either a club song or like somebody going in my religion, and just one not happening. So that's it.
I
But
confused
yeah,
Eurovision with last year the Ukraine contestant in the Miss Universe pageant had this weird like armor, like Ukrainian armor with wings and stuff, and I thought that was Eurovision, but no, it wasn't apparently,
no.
because that would have been like
No.
a weirdly nationalistic
Also,
thing
like
to have at Eurovision.
unfortunate
What
thing,
was last year's Ukraine? It wasn't
last
because they had a super cool song at some point. Um,
they had
of
several
you.
really cool songs, and then the war in Ukraine happened. And I
Yeah.
present you now a peek into the mind of Eurovision voters. The people who vote for Ukraine because there is a war there and not on the quality of the performance. Stephanie, the song with Day One, falls in the category that is like okay songs.
Yes.
But for like 3 years prior to that, they had sent a really cool song. My personal favorite is Shum by Goa.
Yes.
That song,
That's a good one.
and every Slavic person in chat knows that the name of that song is literally noise. Shum means noise in Ukrainian, but it's a really cool song and a really cool performance. But
It's super cool.
because War in Ukraine, they won with Stefania, which is a basic song about some guy doing weed and then loving his mom. Which is like, okay, sure, you can do that. That's fine. That they like for the record, the Ukrainian delegation understood the assignment, do some stupid shit in Eurovision. They had a guy doing like essentially the closest thing to blackface that you can do and breakdancing in the middle of stage. But while there is people in Wookiee costumes, there you go. You have understood the assignment.
you were not the best performance. That is Eurovision. I have no other ways to phrase it. But
Yeah.
they won by that.
I feel like Ukraine has consistent. Like I was a big Eurovision like watcher growing up, and I feel like I've always liked Ukraine songs, like songs sent.
They tend to
Yeah,
send good songs.
moderately good song like towards the top usually. Like I feel like the
Yeah.
music industry in Ukraine is or was quite solid.
I mean, if you want to piss off some Ukrainian nationalists, you can tell them Verka Serduchko did very well, which is Verka Serduchko is a trans performer from Ukraine with a song called Lasha Turbai, which is not what the song was supposed to call. The song was supposed to be a semi-jokey song about the Holodomor, but then got censored by the Russian delegation. Because, of course. I'm trying to find the name of like a particular song that was their best performance.
Speaking of like Ukraine war and songs, do you remember? I think it was right after the war started that the Czech Republic sent a song that was something about the three sisters, and that was about the Ukraine war, and that was very very touching. I think it was the better song about the Ukraine war that was like not sent in by Ukraine actually.
That happens a lot. Like
But
also,
that was brilliant. It should have gotten more like if people really cared about the actual like the fact that there's a war on our continent again and all of that stuff, I think that was a stronger message rather than
I mean, yeah, but again, I'm gonna like as somebody who likes Eurovision, like that song didn't even register for me. I mean, also my favorite Eurovision song is "Alcohol Is Free" by a Greek band called Koza Mostred, which they just sing about different types of salads you can eat while getting drunk on free alcohol. So
fantastic. Do you remember Euro Neuro? Because that's like that lives rent free in my brain. I think it
Euro
was
Nero.
Montenegro or something that or who was it? Euro Neuro. It's an old one. It's like from when I was a kid.
Okay, but like I might be younger than you. We're running on that chance, you know.
And you have to remember. So it was Montenegro. No, it was 2012.
So I
Euro Neuro.
definitely watched that. I just deleted it from my brain.
It's hilarious. You will love it. You will love it.
I mean, I will check it after stream for sure. But yeah, it's just I'm just mildly pissy that Israel is ruining Eurovision because it's a very stupid fun thing to enjoy, and now I have to deal with the fact that the genocidal maniacs are ruining my hobby.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact: prior to the invasion of Ukraine, no two countries that are participating in Eurovision had gone to war with each other.
Wow.
So, Eurovision worked for about 50 years.
There are some TikTok
Yeah.
links in chat about Israel and Eurovision, which I cannot watch because I no longer have a TikTok account.
Wait,
Then you
did
didn't
that
remember-
never get fixed?
Oh no, it never got fixed. I'm giving up on getting it fixed. I'm going to post a reel on that soon, but I've the problem, the people are telling me to start a new account, and the problem with starting a new account is that the reason my TikTok account got taken down is because their system is way too sensitive to mass reporting, and unless that is changed, it's not worth
There
it
is
for
no
me
point.
to creating a new account, yeah, because it's just gonna happen again in 6 months.
Hey, look, we're about 2 weeks away from the TikTok ban being in revision again in the US. So
Yeah, well,
let's see
yeah.
if that even gets extended.
Trump is probably
They'll
going to get
extend
some
it
good, like Trump is probably going to get some kind of political concessions from TikTok to regulate the content and get more like right-wing content on there anyway. So yeah.
Look, on the bright side, I think Gutilia might know about this, but for the third time within 2 years, a proposition has been made to EU Parliament to demand that certain social medias turn off their algorithms in the EU. So, if we get that, good times. Because we're not gonna get that because there's a lobbying group for that, but we can always hope. Well, I can cope.
It's
This is what I-
European Parliament. There's a lobbying group for everything.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
It's just I don't even know. Like, because fun fact for you, lobbying is illegal in Bulgaria, and it's not just a case of on the territory. You cannot lobby a Bulgarian citizen in power for anything. So I want to know how Bulgarian politicians get lobbied in EU Parliament.
it's not called necessarily lobbying, it's consultancy, and then therefore it is legal.
Ah, fuck me, it's McKinsey again. Here come McKinsey once more to ruin your day. There is, by the way, a TikTok and Instagram series. I don't know who it's made, but called Meet Your Lobbyist. By some people in Brussels who just expose all the lobbyists and what they do.
Let me see.
So if you guys wanna see some more about that, it's in there.
I'm finally reading a little bit about the Pavel Durov
Ah,
thing
yeah.
from the Telegram story.
Mm.
And does anyone know, is he still in custody?
Is
No
who in
idea.
custody? The founder of Telegram? No.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was released on bail
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
like a week after we talked about it. Also, he was arrested and put in a hotel room, so he never went to jail.
So yeah, Telegram founder says he rejected a Western request to silence conservative voices in Romania.
Time for him to get arrested again. Well, do you want me to fact check that? Do we all agree it's fake? Like, I could. Well, I don't know how you fact check that.
Well, also,
Good
like, the
point.
framing is
It
the
might
bigger
be
problem.
true.
Is like, it's not silencing conservative voices, it's silencing Russian propaganda trying to subvert Romanian elections.
Well, I hope they reported on their campaign loss this time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck was that? I'm genuinely bemused by the existence of Kin Georgescu.
I do love that, thanks to the decisions by the Romanian Supreme Courts, Romania avoided someone who doesn't believe water is H2O, and instead got someone who has a PhD in mathematics.
The irony, right?
You know what? You know what? Maybe we should forgive the Romanian Supreme Court for some corruption they've done, because it's the Romanian Supreme Court, they've probably done some. Let's ask the expert. Utile, has the Romanian Supreme Court been part of corruption?
Hey, well, everyone there is appointed by the big parties, so of course it's mega corrupt.
Noted.
The
Same.
only evidence you need in order to win the argument on this case. So imagine we had first round of presidential elections followed by parliamentary elections, and then they had to be followed up by presidential, each like 1 week, or I think it was 1 week, 1 week apart, which is madness. So if you are annulling the first round of presidential elections on accusations that there's been some Russian meddling in public opinion and voting and all of that, wouldn't that affect the parliamentary elections as well? Because they were literally 1 week apart. And also, like, profiting from the wave of popularity of Georgescu, we had the party called POT, which entered parliament with quite a few seats. So wouldn't you have a case to annul both? Well, no, because the major parties still managed to form the coalition and be in government, so there's no reason to annul them, and that's all you need to have as argument. Like, it's as easy as that, you know.
Look, has your Supreme Court ruled that an election was illegitimate because there was bought votes, and then refused to disband Parliament voted in on that election? Because mine has. Look, what do you mean 3 elections in 3 weeks? Those are rookie numbers. We did 9 elections in 2 years. Come on.
I have breaking news as well. Joe
Uh-huh.
Biden diagnosed with aggressive form of prostate cancer.
Well, I mean, unfortunate,
Quick
but
recovery.
I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah.
No,
it's like,
he's getting
well,
some thought and prayers from me. That's all he's getting. And I'm like, not really gonna spare the thoughts and not really good on the prayers. So, I mean, isn't
He's
he like
very old.
70,000 years old? That makes sense.
yeah, he's literally older than the state of Israel, so.
He's older than like about 30 or 40 countries. It's not impressive.
Guys, I'm really sorry. I work on cancer prevention, so this story is like a PR gold for me. I'm gonna milk this in like policy comms now. You have no idea.
Yeah, isn't like Mertz like, isn't he like 70 years old? This is your chance. You go to him and like, look, buddy, we have an alarming number of old political leaders who got cancer in the last few years. Wanna fund something about that? Older political leaders from.
I love how
Don't
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez lost a Democratic vote to be like
To a
the head
dude
of
with
some
cancer.
committee to some old dude who literally had cancer when he won that
Yeah.
position. It was like
And by the way, his
the-
cancer has progressed. He'll be dead in about a year.
yeah,
so.
he like
What
resigned
the
from
fuck
that
was the
position a few
point?
months later, and then she was up for the same position again that she lost again to another old white person. It's like the gerontocracy that is like governing the entire world right now is there's nothing we can do about it.
But honestly,
Ah.
it's also because old people make up the rank and file of the parties.
Yep.
And if you're gonna have a party that's like over proportionally, like the average age of the Labor Party, like 3 years ago, was 64 years old, which is a crazy thing to think about because it's even called like the party of young people. But that's just the real deal. Young people need to join political parties and take political power.
Watching this channel right now, go join a party.
You should, by the
I
way.
joined a political party. I ran for office.
And a
I am
union.
a party functionary.
Yes,
joining
and
the
a
union.
union.
Yeah.
Definitely join a union. I am very undecided on this, but I might run.
Start
for
your
Oh yeah,
own.
and
the
Harris is
relatively near
pointing out
future.
Harris is pointing out two things. He's also pointing out that the DNC fired David Hogg from the party because he tried to get like younger people to primary some older members of the party.
No, more specifically, he was trying to get funding from the DNC to primary useless people,
Yeah.
which you as a party should be happy about. I'm just
Exactly.
saying.
No, exactly. And the other message is like, how is Trump the healthy one? Which is very true.
He's
It's-
not. He's
there-
just never gonna publicize what's wrong with him.
No, of course, but he's still alive. Is the thing is like he's gonna outlive us all. There's
For
some
now.
black magic at play there. The fact that he's still politically relevant and alive is like there's some level of black magic at play. The fact that he dodged that one bullet and survived like being incredibly unhealthy and drinking like I don't know how many gallons of Diet Coke every day is just I'm sure there's some weird witch
you know,
in
this-
his basement.
This really doesn't kill you
I
that
mean,
fast.
he
It
was
takes
sent by
some time.
God, obviously.
Ah, fuck off. Which god? Can we clarify? My money
Whatever
are
the
on
most powerful
Zeus.
one is.
Just I'm sorry, I have gotten really like angry about the religion and God stuff lately because Bulgaria passed a law to teach religion in schools, but that's literally unconstitutional, like in also many ways. And like people are like, oh, but we need to appreciate God, and I'm like, all the people who say that are just like parroting like time to shit talk the country's Western conservative things, which are actually heresy in Bulgarian Eastern Orthodoxy. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm sorry that the atheist has read the fucking Bible and gives like a modicum of shit about like the supposed religion of my countries, but like, come on, fuck off. Like, why are you too cold to Tilia and most Romanians basta? Like, why? Why the fuck are you like doing the religious shit in this country? Like, A, that's not what our religion is about. B, that's not how it works. C, that's literal heresy. Like the highlight of like religious figures like conforming to things at like the Greek Independence Day, the American Patriarch of the Greek Orthodox Church, which is like essentially the equivalent of a bishop, went to Trump to give him a cross, which was an Orthodox cross, but A, it was the wrong shape, and B, it was all in gold, which is heretical. The cross cannot be made out of gold unless it's on top of a church, is a thing in the Bible.
But I love how you know more than maybe some of the followers do. Huh?
That bothers me, that I know more about these things than some people who claim to be religious. Like, I'll take a theatrical dump on the Americans because they're the main offenders. But especially now that I'm seeing like more, especially I would say young conservative men who like quote religion and stuff, and it's like you're nowhere close to correct.
Okay, so there has been some studies, like little ones, it's starting to just come out, that a lot of Christian hard right and far right are slowly coalescing again around like the idea of evangelism as like this homogeneous blob of Christianity that justifies their ideology. So they are not really like traditionalist in the sense of following Eastern Orthodoxy or Nestorianism or Catholic Church, they are following the version of the religion that has some local flavors, but a lot of the tenets are just wider conservative church movement.
No, it's probably correct. I just hate it. It's not. I haven't looked into this, and I just hate it because and I guess it's kind of the same thing for Romania, but like to an extent in Bulgaria, our language and a lot of our cultural elements were preserved through the church during the Ottoman times. So there is like a level of cultural impact on what Eastern Orthodox, especially Bulgarian version Eastern Orthodox, is to us as a country, even if you're not religious, because like what 78% of Bulgarians don't go to a religious building in a year. Like that's the level of like atheism is normal here. And then somebody like pops out the fucking corner and goes, "We can't have gay people because the Bible," and I'm like, "Hey, that's not in the Bible. Be on fucking drugs. Like, piss off, okay? Like, can you pack your bags and leave?"
What's the name of that that despicable British
Leviticus,
right-wing commentator, author,
Poison.
Oxford dude? I forget his name.
Are you thinking of Jordan Peterson? He's Canadian.
No, British.
Also, Jordan Peterson is no longer a psychologist or a psychiatrist. His
Yeah, he
license
lost
got
his
revoked,
license.
which means I am more of a psychologist than him. And I have a hollow
Douglas
fucking
Murray.
license
So yeah,
to my
Douglas Murray was being interviewed about that Episcopalian bishop that told Trump to have mercy during his inauguration day, and Douglas Murray was like, "Oh my God, this is like such a sign of the moral decadence of the Episcopalian Church because like now they're mixing in politics with their religion," and it's like it was such a like brain dead take of like. She was asking the dude to have mercy. What the fuck is...
Also, Anglican Church is like directly tied to the government.
No, of course. Like it was completely like it was such a weird take to have to be like, oh yeah, politics and religion have never had anything to do with each other. Of course not, Douglas Murray.
Meanwhile, Henry VIII.
But they only hate when politics dictates progressive positions. When religion dictates progressive political positions. When it's like, oh yeah, my religion tells me to be compassionate with other people, therefore I'm tolerant of like gay people, I'm tolerant of immigrants, etc., etc. Like that is an unacceptable mix of politics and religion. But when your politics are telling you to be against abortion, to be against any kind of like basically any kind of human compassion, that is an acceptable use of religion in your politics.
But have you thought about because they said so?
Have you thought about, do we have a new pope?
Oh yeah, that's
who the right wingers really hate.
Because he made fun of J.D. Vance twice.
Yeah,
who wouldn't make fun of J.D. Vance?
Which is
also,
funny
I would like to clarify.
There was actually an argument to say that the old Pope was Francis was actually had some Marxist ties. Like he had studied under a professor who was a Marxist, and like possibly that he had some sympathies for Marxism. But like, of course, this Pope is like the one that they're gonna call a Marxist because he's critical of the U.S. government.
Look, now it makes sense to me that the new Pope would hate J.D. Vance. He's making sure that he'll never meet J.D. Vance because, as we established, J.D. Vance did kill the previous Pope.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a factual thing that happened.
Yeah. I saw a tattoo of his knuckles that said "I killed the Pope." So yeah, definitely he killed the Pope.
Oh no, I'm sorry because I didn't have a chance to talk about it because you haven't streamed. Did you watch the interview? I don't remember with who, but Trump, after the Nichols picture thing, had an interview with the journalist. And, like, it seems that Trump actually believes that picture is real. Did anybody else see that? Am I the only one who, like,
I saw like that. That was a crazy interview. We have Julian here now, but without his camera on.
Or
Julian,
microphone.
If you want to... Oh, great. There you are.
He has appeared.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
So, Julian, are you still with EuropeLex? Should I introduce you that way?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Great. So we have Julian Matias, commentator or whatever. What's your position at EuropeLex?
Yeah, basically, I'm the Portugal correspondent. So
Okay,
I'm covering
Portugal
the elections in
correspondent, exactly.
Portugal, elections in Poland. Yeah.
So we've been looking at the results coming in. Wait, let me put that.
Mhm.
Go through my tabs. Yes, is this up to date now? How do you feel about Chega being the second largest party in the country now?
It is quite unexpected, to be fair, because nearly all the polls so far are then either under their 2024 results or near their 2024 result. So yeah, it is quite unexpected, quite a shock. Basically, all TVs are speaking of this now because it poses quite a challenge for governation in the next few months. Yeah, quite a shock, to be fair.
Yeah, we knew that they were going to gain seats, but this is
it wasn't clear because when the campaign started back in February, March, there were like a lot of scandals around Chega and some of its members of parliament, and they were quite low in the polls, around 16, 70%. Well, they went with 19% in 2024. So it was not really. They were not expected to gain seats, to be fair.
okay.
And the fact that they can be in second place, it's still unclear because we are still counting votes and everything. But yeah, it's quite a shock for the system because the last time another party was in second place in Portugal was in 1995.
So where do you put the likelihood of a Chega AD coalition?
Close to no chance.
Okay. At least there's
to be
that.
fair. Yeah, because this election is a win for current and outgoing Prime Minister Luis Montenegro, because he was involved in some sort of scandal of allegations of how do you say conflicts of interest, and that's why the election was called. And it's a win for him because it looks like they are going to improve on their score from last year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, of course, a win for Chega. And I don't think that the two parties, the coalitions, can work together. You can't take a win and a win and expect something to form, even though we need to see what the socialists will do now.
Okay, because if I remember correctly from the last time, the AD and the socialists do not get along at all, and there's no cooperation happening there. Even
I mean, it can happen, but just with the leaders that they have now, it cannot.
Okay.
But given the results for the socialists tonight, there is quite a chance that the Socialist Party leader will resign, to be replaced by someone more moderate, more inclined to work with AD. Basically, last year or 2 years ago, there was an internal election in the Socialist Party between current leader Pedro Nuno Santos, who is more of the left wing of the party, if I say, and former Minister of the Internal Affairs, José Luís Carneiro, who lost and who is more to the center. And I believe this one may gain something and may be back in affairs now.
Okay, and so if the likelihood of a Chega AD coalition isn't really in the conversation right now, and essentially, even though AD did gain a little bit from this election, but there's still a minority government. What is this election changing concretely right now, other than like that balance of Chega possibly being ahead of the socialists?
Yeah, it doesn't change a lot, to be fair. In the weeks in the run-up to the election, there were talks of a possible coalition between AD and the Liberals. But it feels like, given the numbers we have now, they wouldn't be able to have an absolute majority, even these two parties together. So yeah, it doesn't change a lot. I feel like we are going to have another minority government and new elections next year, maybe.
Yeah, elections each year, basically. Yeah.
yeah, it could like maybe some sort of Bulgarian thing going on every year.
Mm-hmm.
Good times for all, I
Why?
guess.
Why would you remind me?
Well, you have our commiserations with you.
Yeah, it's like you're Portugal is the one bad news country of the evening so far. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't really talked that much about Poland, and we have some bad news from Poland so far, but there is a late poll in 15 minutes as well, and official results should be in like 2 hours, I think, but I'm probably going to go to sleep because tomorrow I have work. As we said, I have private interest financing my actions.
Okay. Wait. But so I'll ask you to talk some more about Poland. But we actually have an interesting question from Olivia Olberg, which is, what will Chega do as an opposition party?
Excuse me?
What is Chega is expected to do as an opposition party?
Honestly, I don't know because like nobody saw that coming. To be fair, yeah, it is quite unexpected. We don't know what it will look like. We still have to wait until we have the final results, the seat count, and everything to know where things are. Because basically we only have yeah, maybe half of parliament is still not distributed
Okay.
so far. Chega in the opposition will probably try to polarize things even more because we have local elections in Portugal in September. We have a presidential election in January. And Chega's leader was originally planning to be a candidate in the presidential election. So yeah, we don't know. So there's a lot we don't know because this is really uncharted territory.
Okay. Well, any other questions from on Portugal before we go to the news from Poland?
Actually, I wanted to ask a little bit because I have been seeing it over and over in like Portuguese politics, especially. But I can see how it looks like a lot of politics in other Eastern European countries. The fact that you have such a fragmented hard and far left.
Yes, we have
Why?
a really fragmented far left. It's basically historical fragmentation. You have like the old Communist Party, which is still active, which is still losing ground election after election. Now its electorate is mainly old people, to be fair. And it is steadily losing its strongholds to Chega, to the far right. You have younger left-wing party aligned on the likes of Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France, who are also losing ground today. Basically, everybody on the left is losing ground except the newish eco-socialist party, which is Livre, which is set to gain a few seats. It looks like so, but yeah, there is basically no cooperation between all the parties on the left,
and it's
except
just personal animosity.
Yeah, personal animosity, and also, yeah, basically it's like left-wing politics. You have 50 shades of left-wing, and they don't work together. It's like the same in every country.
Yeah, that's my biggest gripe with the left is
Yeah.
how the smallest difference is seen as a deal breaker for everyone on the left.
Like in from 2015 to 2019, we had a coalition government of some sort with the socialists in the government and confidence and supply from the two left-wing parties. But like the two left-wing parties asked to write two contracts with the socialists. Like you have the bloc who had a contract with the socialists, the communists had a contract with the socialists, but the two left-wing parties didn't work together. Like separate agreements, separate everything.
Rota, anything?
Sorry guys, but I'm gonna drop, so have a lovely rest of the evening.
Yeah, the stream
And
is
I'll
gonna
see
get
you.
about 30% less funny without you here, but
Uh,
you
I believe, Julien, I pass on to you the resident clownery. So if you have a chance, go for it. In the meantime, I'll see you on again whenever I fish stand out of the Mediterranean.
yeah.
See you around, guys.
I don't think the stream is gonna last super long anyway, but thanks for coming on, Tryon. See you soon.
Have a good one.
Have a great night. Yeah, what do you think is going to be actually, my question is, what was the discourse that dominated the election? What were the issues, whether they were real or not?
Yeah, it was really a low quality campaign because it's an election that nobody wanted. We all knew that there would be a new election in less than 4 years since last year because the government was a minority one with nobody willing to work together. But this election was started due to this being launched in the press about potential conflicts of interests of the prime minister and his private business.
Imagine a country where that is a big deal.
and that's basically the only issue that was discussed in the election. It was all about ethics and transparency, but a lot of fake arguments, like low quality campaign, really. So that's why the results are somewhat the same as last year, with some variations, of course. But yeah, it's an election for nothing, basically.
Because what I find quite frustrating and quite worrying, especially with the rise of Chega, is that Portugal, of basically all of the European countries, is the most affected by climate change and the dramatic effects it will have, and also the very acute housing crisis, and they offer no solutions at all to either of those issues. So what, in a year or 5 years, even after whatever, we're not going to find a solution for that if they just, A, they don't believe climate change exists, and B, they don't want to do, fast social housing or whatever for housing programs. Yeah, so it's a big problem, isn't it? It's yeah. Once you make the
Chega really doesn't like to go in the deep end of issues, and that's going to be an issue because if they come up to have like 60 or 70 MPs, that's a lot for Portugal. That's maybe like a fourth of all MPs in the assembly. We don't know what they want, basically, except going or attacking immigrants or I lost the word. Yeah, I've lost my word. But basically, the attack immigrants, they just don't go deep into the issues, and we don't know how it's going to work. But we also have to, if they are here with these results, it's because the others before them failed. Like the socialists, they were in government from 2015 to 2024. And a year later, we have Chega with 24% and ahead of them. So, yeah, it's basically a shared problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best argument for all far-right populist parties at the moment is, well, if you've tried the left, you tried the right, let's try the far right now. I mean, they don't even call the right, they call the right the left. And they call themselves the only like normal conservatives, but it's always that argument of, well, you've tried all the others, so why not try us now? And it seems like that's what is happening with the National Rally, although they've managed to almost convert themselves into a normal party at this point, not political, but I'm in terms of their perception by the population. And it seems like Chega is still a quite a new party. They're an extremely young party, as far as I understand.
Yeah, basically, Chega was built up in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Before 2019, we didn't have far right in Portugal.
Yeah,
it's very much like a COVID party.
Yeah, not really, because it was propped up before COVID, and it basically, in the main lines, agreed with COVID restrictions. We have a COVID party in Portugal, but it still remains in the fringes. It has like 1.4%.
And so what are the odds of any three-party coalitions going forward?
A three-party coalition?
Yeah, like they built up in Austria recently in the same situation.
Yeah, I don't think so, because we don't have like small parties in Portugal are small and they don't hold a lot of power and they cannot work together. Like the Liberals, they may get tonight 5 or 6%, but they will not want to work with the Socialists. Liberals can only work with the center-right, the current coalition AD, the parties more on the left, like Livre or the Communists, don't want to work with anybody who is more on the right to the PS, to the Socialists. I don't see really a possibility of a three-party coalition. It's only bloc politics in Portugal.
Mhm.
It is quite new too, because Portuguese politics for nearly 5 decades were marked by a strong bipartianism, with a strong center-left party and a strong center-right party who didn't work together. It's really a new thing for Portugal to have to depend on smaller parties and to have to negotiate agreements and to have to be more open to modify your own platform. It's new for Portugal.
So most likely we'll end up with the socialists or the social democrats with a new party member or party leader and forming some sort of coalition.
Yeah, from this point onwards, I only see two scenarios on the table. It's either we repeat the same solution as last year, we keep a minority center-right government until next year and the new elections.
Okay.
Or we are able to build some sort of coalition between the center-right and the center-left. So socialists and PSD, Social Democrats, but they are on the center-right because it's Portugal. Yeah, that's the two solutions I can see, because other solution that has been talked about was a coalition between center-right and liberals, but I don't think they will have the seats to do that.
Because I mean, what they're projected to get 100 seats, the Social Democrats, and then that's not a lot to have a government.
Yeah, up to 100, but so far we don't know, because the results are still coming in. We're still missing the big cities. So far, the center-right has 33% of the vote, and Chega is second with 23.
Yeah.
So it might change. We're going to see, because big cities like Lisbon and Porto, they vote more for smaller parties, the liberals, the eco-socialists, and this will change the result. But the center-right AD is so far ahead that it could end up gaining some seats that were to be allocated to smaller parties, because the way the system in Portugal is made.
Okay. So basically, we have to see until all the
we have to wait.
Yeah.
Maybe around midnight, I think we will have a clearer picture, but I don't know.
Okay. So yeah, I just to summarize the news of the evening so far. In Portugal, the far right is now possibly going to become the largest opposition party. In Romania, the far right is definitely not going to be leading the country, but he might become the president of Chad, apparently, according to his own tweet.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
And
He is already the president of Chad. He claimed it.
And I'm actually looking at, and I think this is the news that that Gray wanted to bring up. I'm looking at some of the information on. Wait, let me just save this image. On
What
the
did I want to bring up?
Yeah, let me get this exit poll on screen from Poland, because indeed it is not looking too good.
Grant, first of all, apparently late poll are going to be late, like at midnight, at least from what I can see. Let me just make sure.
So my understanding is, so we have the Civic Coalition candidate here, who's I'm not even gonna try to pronounce the name. So when I mention a party, you can pronounce the names for me, maybe.
Rafał Trzaskowski.
Then we have the peace candidates, and Civic
Karol
Coalition
Nawrocki.
is ahead of peace in the first round, which on paper, like, that looks fine. The problem is that you have Confederacja, which got 15%, and
Yep,
you have
Sławomir
what's the name
Grzegorz
of
Braun
Brown's
with
party? The party
uh,
of the guy who used a fire extinguisher
Konfederacja
on.
Korony Polskiej. He it is kind of a member of the Konfederacja.
Yeah.
They just ran two candidates because they disagreed on running one. They got in total more than 20% of the vote.
Exactly, and
At
so
least according to the earliest exit poll, which is just people being asked when they left the polling stations how they voted. That's why we are waiting for late poll. First late poll is apparently at midnight, and second late poll will be about 2 a.m. in the morning. We are not staying that late, absolutely not. So the situation might change. It happened previously that there was a swing of 4 percentage points. So this is not final, but still we have a pretty bad situation when it comes to absolute far right demolition. When it comes to the electoral system, when we split it by gender, we see very clear split between the right-wing candidates who have been voted by men, and the left wing and the civic coalition who have been by women. When it comes to the younger people, Sławomir Mencen is like 35%. Then Adrian Zandberg from Razem, who's at 5th place, is also at like 20 something, upper 20s. And then there's Rafał Trzaskowski at 13. But yes, so the two big candidates are just as we suspect them, both about 30%. They both go to the second round, where it's going to be a close race. That's how I have been anticipating. Some people have been calling it for civic coalition, but I remember what happened in 2015 when it was supposed to be a blowout for the province of Komorowski, and it was absolutely not. So then after we move through the top three, we go through Brown. Then we have Adrian Zandberg, who is from the Left Together party. Then we have Szymon Hołownia, who is from Polska 2050, Poland 2050. And then we have Magdalena Biejat from New Left. And then we have a bunch of candidates like Krzysztof Stankowski, who is just a host of alternative media outlet, online media outlet. Then we have Joanna Senyshyn, who was just a member of the offshoot of the old left party. There was some stuff when it came to the way the party should go and their financial status and their logos, and some interpersonal conflict within the party leadership. That's why she ran just to piss off the current leader. Then we have Marek Jakubak from Republikanie, Artur Bartoszkiewicz, Maciej Maciak, and Marek Boch, all independent candidates, with Maciej Maciak being openly pro-Russian agent, like openly advocating for Polish cooperation with Russian government.
Yeah, that's going to be popular in Poland. That'll get you 0.4% of the vote, apparently.
The fact that he did not finish last seems to be a surprise to people.
Yeah. So yeah, if we assume that the vast majority of the Sławomir Mencen and Brown votes in the second round go to peace,
I would not assume that.
Okay. Do you think they're just not going to vote, or what would they do?
Like I think like Brown absolutely will go to Nawrocki. Like Brown's entire campaign was, hey, remember that time where I was anti-Semitic? Let's do that more. That was his entire campaign. That was his like even victory speech. Was like, hey, there is more anti-Semitic people than everyone thought in Poland. Yeah, so that will absolutely support peace. When it comes to Manson, I think the demographic is quite a bit more varied. So there might be some surprises, like people not coming for the later vote. You have to
Okay.
remember, it's Polish presidential election. There is a candidate who is clear establishmentarianist, so he's going to get a lot of protest votes. We have to remember that Confederacja and Benson ran both on like liberal economic, lower taxes for the businesses, which is something that he has in common with the Civic Coalition. So there is definitely going to be like, I wouldn't say it's 1-to-1 to Nawrocki. I would say it's going to be split in like maybe like 50 Nawrocki, 20 stay home, 30 goes to Trzaskowski.
Okay.
Maybe switch those two later around.
So it looks
So yeah,
like it is going to be closer than maybe was expected in the second round, or how do you feel?
I personally thought it was going to be extremely close. I was, if I recall one of my conversations, I said it's going to be 51-49, if not less. But people were carrying like 52-54 for Trzaskowski, so it's like kind of a cold bucket of cold water on them. And that it's not going to be as close as everyone assumed from the start.
Yeah, I had just looked at some of the polling ahead of the election, and I did feel like it looked promising for the Civic Coalition, but after these exit polls, I'm like, well, we're gonna have to wait and see because this is way closer than I expected it to be.
Yeah, and also speaking of the left, because the left also ran two candidates. Maybe before the left, let's talk about Szymon Hołownia. Szymon Hołownia absolutely underperforms like massively. He was hoping for a third place. I mean, hoping. He wanted to get to the second round. He was hoping for a third place. He's nowhere near close to that. He's like second to last from legitimate political candidates. I think this might spell an end for his political party, which is Poland 2050, which is like currently the third biggest political party in the parliament. That's what we have to remember. It's a coalition group of like Polish People's Party, which is a thing that existed since like before the Second Republic was a thing. They will exist until the end of the universe, and him as this fresh new centrist unifier. And yeah, this is very clear sign that people got bored with this unifier that gave them civic coalition government. And his coalition partner, the Polish People Party, who seems to be representing the worst conservative impulses of the entire coalition. So for them to turn this loss, especially after the previous presidential election when he almost got into the second round, to now be at less than 5%, less than getting into parliament, that hurts. That is going to require them to realign. This might even spell doom for civic coalition in led government in the next parliamentary election, unless something changes radically. As far as the left goes, left one overperformed, and two, there is a very interesting thing with Adrian Sandberg getting over Biejat. They technically in last year were both part of Left Together party, Lewica Razem, which was kind of like further left branch of the left coalition. And they were for things like building more houses, for legalization of abortion, for legalization of homosexual marriage, like the stuff which in Polish politics is radical leftism, which in normal circumstances is like barely center left, but Anyway, so they had a big split up over the fact that technically speaking, Razem never joined the government, and they were just providing confidence and supply, which did not sit well with the Donald Tusk and the rest of the government. They said that because the left is sitting together as entire parliamentary grouping, they
So
should be voting
Razem
together.
is Adria Zenberg, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it ended up with Razem leaving the parliamentary group of the left to oppose the 2024 budget, and ultimately a couple of people, including Magdalena Biejat, split from Razem to rejoin the parliamentary group of the left to support the government. So now we had two lefts again, and both of them were very much competing with each other over which one is going to be the leading one in the next basically electoral cycle. We had these pro-government willing to cooperate to get ministerial positions and like do the governance aspects of ruling, and we had this Razem which is unwilling to cooperate with government but wants to push through more radical reforms. And this was kind of a referendum on which part of the broader leftist electorate supports which policies towards the government, and we clearly see that Zandberg and Lewica Razem are winning that fight, and this is going to cause a realignment in like the entire left. We might see new left approach their new leadership election, which is upcoming, and they might choose more radical candidates, or they just might reject what has been happening here, and Lewica Razem is going to de facto replace them as the main leftist party at the political scene.
Okay. Harris, I in chat, I think that answers your question. Yep. Anyone wants to jump in on questions on this?
I'll actually just take the opportunity to tell you guys good night. I think I'm gonna try to
Yeah, I think
some families
we're
scream on
closing
the
off
phone
anyway.
with people. But there's been a lot of emotions for one night. I need to call some friends and yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for
Ah,
coming
it's
on.
such a high stakes night. I feel like we could either end up with like a desirable president or with a very undesirable one. So I think I'm really happy that it ended up this way. And good luck to Poland on second round. And sorry for Portugal, but
Let
I'm
me
sure.
confirm the date of the second round.
It's first.
It is first.
Yeah,
I was
checked in
right
the
then.
meantime. Yep.
So we'll be holding our breath till then. But okay, I think I'm gonna just listen to you guys, but I'm gonna jump off and I'm gonna watch the stream and hear more
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, don't worry.
Congratulations.
I think we're gonna be wrapping up. Basically, I think we summarized all three elections so far. So yeah, if there are any more questions for Gray, after that, we're basically going to wrap up the stream.
No, I was
Good
just
night.
gonna bye-bye. I was
Bye.
gonna
Good
just
night.
comment on the fact that it's interesting because Razem left their European group and realigned with the PES and the SND, and so they were running underneath the same European level grouping. So there is also a chance that they end up collapsing into each other.
If
This
I
is very
recall,
recent.
Razem left, like Razem never was part of the SND. Like they were rolled into that because they were under the same coalition. But like they were never participating in that. They were technically speaking independents as far as Europarlament went. Earlier they were in Democracy in Europe movement until the invasion of Ukraine. Then they left, were independent until quite recently when they joined this weird new like socialist leftist pan-European thing, which collapsed like immediately after. and I think they never technically left it, so they are the only active member, if I recall, because everyone else did. Yeah.
Do you see a party merger on the table?
Party merger, I don't think it's going to be a merger. I think they will run a coalition again, or at least something which happens in Polish politics a lot, which is when two parties band together to form one list, kind of like a coalition, but not really, because they have a lower entry point than for the actual coalition. But they have to cash out all the details when it comes to money and candidates beforehand,
Gotcha. So like,
which everyone expects them to do anyway for the next parliamentary election, because there is no way both of them would go through on their own. And I think they are able to cooperate depending on how a new left is going to realign after the election. Because we know Razem's position. We always knew that they were against a civic coalition from the leftist standpoint. The problem is how new left is going to react to that, and to the fact that Polish leftists not very clearly, but somewhat clearly said, we prefer if you were harder on the government.
yeah. So how do you feel after all of this?
I mean, I was still waiting on the leadership election within the new left to make my own opinion on whether I should join that party or not, because I kind of want to see how they treat. There is like one rising star within the party, also formerly from Lewica Razem, from Left Together, who is currently Minister of Labor, that has been butting head with Donald Tusk and the entire government on like minimum wage and labor protections, and was winning. This was like one of the very clear instances where a leftist minister fought against the coalition and was getting results. So I wanted to see whether they see her in leadership position when she clearly doesn't have like party backing in the individual relationship between all the power players within the party, to see whether this is a dead decrepit ship that needs to be abandoned, or something that can be changed from the inside.
Well, I wish you luck for a revival of the Polish left, as always. Honestly, it is always like sad to see the election, because it's like conservative right, further right, further right, but there is a Polish left that is trying to do stuff, which is always heartening to see. And yeah, unfortunately, it's a mixed election night, but I'm very happy about this Romanian result. I feel like this election went on forever,
Yes.
and I aged like 1,000 years watching it, and I learned so much like absurd Romanian politics lore. So it's nice to see like a normal person get elected instead of like the most absurd right wing candidate.
It is very funny. Again, like I've been repeating kind of the same point for a while, but like the fact that the bar is that we're happy that a normal person gets elected in any country at this point is quite the observation, in terms of like, well, that is good news at this point in our current level of politics. And it's the same with when Rote was just like pointing out, oh yeah, I wish the Polish left the best, because like right now we're just relieved when the Civic Coalition, which is center right, is like gaining the upper hand on the far right, and it's like that is when we consider that it's good news. Like that was like a huge victory lap for even for
that
the
was
Polish
victory
left.
lap. That was like the first domino of like good news.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, I hope it does. I hope the Polish left is able to build on something, but at the moment they still seem to be an incredibly minoritarian movement in the country's politics.
I mean, they are currently like switching with the third way, which is Polska 2050 and Polish People's Party. So I think this is an improvement for them.
Yeah, by the way, I was looking at that. Which one is third way in this list that we have?
Szymon Hołownia, the second to last from the above 2% candidates.
Okay. So the one in yellow.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So I wasn't sure because like the number of parties and the number of names that they have, it's like, yeah, there's Third Way, there's PSL, and there's this one where it's like Poland 2050, and those are all the same thing.
So Poland 2050 is like Szymon Hołownia's personal political project,
Okay.
which banded together kind of like centrist liberals, social activists, and like Christian Democrats. And Polish People's Party is an old, ancient political party that dates back to like before Second Republic. So like I think they were founded in 1898, and it's a continuous line that sometimes split into, as usual with Polish politics, multiple political parties, but then merges together. They even like went back for like first after Second World War first election, which was a referendum on constitution. They absolutely got trashed by the communists, and like the main names left. The party said, okay, this is unsalvageable, but the party was then rolled as a satellite of the Communist Party, and then they managed to get through the communist period and get reborn in the modern era, the post-Soviet era, and they are still around, and they are like this currently kind of modern conservative. There is a shift towards modern conservatism, but they are very much agrarian, rural, small town traditionalists.
Gotcha.
And the two banded before the parliamentary election as a third way kind of alternative to the main two political parties, PiS and PO, going onto the basically trying to capitalize on massive popularity of Szymon Hołownia and the fact that Polish People's Party was not doing so great. And in fact, I think as much as I like to joke that we will see the hit death of university before we will see collapse of the Polish People's Party, because it is by membership the largest political entity in Poland. Yeah, I think this might slowly be their death. Like they have to also rethink their whole political strategy. I mean, they were doing that, but it now intensifies to the level of what you're doing is not working. You soon might be, and it is possible some even floated around the idea that they will join with Law and Justice, to which they are much more closer politically, but there is like long political history of animosity between the two parties, going as far as like during like the 2000 after 2005 election. A parliamentary election, they were supposed to join in government, but leader of Polish People's Party was negotiating so hard that Law and Justice literally said, we want to have more fragile coalition, just not to deal with you.
Okay. Well, Julian, since you joined the stream not too long ago, do you have any closing thoughts on the maybe some of like have you had time to look at some of the other results in the other countries, or have you just been focusing on Portugal?
Yeah, I looked a bit. I was a bit relieved when I saw the result from Romania first, because that was quite frightening, to be fair. Because I've been following Romania since a few years back then. I did my Erasmus in Romania, so I have a close interest in this country. And yeah, I feel relieved that Nico Jordan has won the election. So that's that on one hand. For Poland, yeah, I saw the results too. It feels really difficult to know what second round will bring due to the forces that are on the spot. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting second one, I think.
Okay. The latest results have PS back in second position, but again, like these are still exit polls. These are like partially counted votes by less than a percentage point. So yeah, it's like basically PS and Chega are at the same size at this point.
Yes, in Portugal, yes, PS is back in second place, and I feel like it should stay in second place. because we're only getting big cities results now.
Mm-hmm.
We are seeing that smaller parties are gaining back a bit of ground. The Liberals are gaining seats, and we already have projections in the media saying that we like a coalition of AD and the Liberals will not have an absolute majority, so we are back into minority government territory for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Does anyone want to shout out their socials, any work that they do that they want to promote or anything like that? Rota, maybe?
Follow me at Rota Media on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, all the things. And thank you for all of the things you've done, Stan, tonight, and all the lovely people on the stream. I learned a bunch, and it was wonderful being with y'all.
Yeah. So Julian from Europe Elects, Gray, just being Gray.
Just random person.
Yeah, just with an encyclopedic knowledge of a bunch of topics related to politics, which is why we're really
Also,
happy
I
to
just
have him
want to
on.
say this is a new dress. I support for the purposes of this stream.
Thank you very much for the efforts and for the knowledge and for the commentary. Okay, cool. Well, thank you everyone. Have a good night. And so as I was saying in chat, I will probably do just another chill night off video game stream before leaving, and then the channel will basically be going quiet with only scheduled content for a month and a half until I come back. So yeah, I'll see you before the end of the month, hopefully, if I have time. And yeah, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Let's see what happens in the second round of the Polish election, and for the others, let's just see what the governments look like from now on, I guess.
Congratulations, Romania.
Yep.
Yes, congratulations,
You're
Romania.
the winner. You won the Super
Yes.
Sunday.
Cool. See you. Ciao.